Hello, everyone. How are we going today? Hello there, Holgay and Waffle. Thank you for the check-in and a beepus. Oh my goodness, thank you, Critias, for the follow right at the start of stream. Although, oh no, it did make the noise. I forgot. I changed my follow sounds. So now the sound is different and I was like, oh, where did my follow sound go? Nah. It happened. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I sit and await the raid that I definitely don't know is imminent. I definitely have no idea that I'm gonna get raided. Definitely no idea. I wait. Sable! Hello, gremlins!
Czy to Freddy Fazbear?
The gremlins have arisen! Hello! Hello, Froakie. Hello, Zev. Hello, Yoringo. Hello, Spooky. Hello, Hexian. Hello, Critias. Hello, Maxine. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today? I hope you're doing well. How did y'all enjoy the Gaycraft? Sable, how was stream? Yeah, I was still in the stream when you got raided like 5 minutes ago and I was like, oh no. Oh no. By the way, how is the sound? I know it was weird last stream and I've tried playing around a little bit and I'm hoping it's okay. We won't know game sound until I actually start playing. But do I sound okay? Can you hear me? You can hear the music as well, vibing in the background, the Spotify, and hopefully the game sound will be okay as well once I get into that. Alright, so Sable is not the only one that has decided to start again with his Gaycraft world, because I am also starting from square one again. Look, I love the other world that I had. I loved it, but I stressed myself out way too much with the house and building the house into the cliff. And then when Sable was like, oh, whole new update will probably corrupt your existing worlds, I was like, oh, that's such a shame. I guess I'll have to start again. Oh no. So yeah, I'm starting again from day one with nothing, and I am endeavoring to complete every single quest. It is now my life goal to complete every quest in this mod pack. It didn't corrupt your world. That is really good. I'm glad it didn't. I am glad it didn't. Also, welcome in, Geek. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. But yeah, we're starting from square one. We'll see how it goes. Honestly, you all know me by now. I get distracted and I will be on a mission and then immediately forget said mission and go and try and do something else. But I'm gonna try my best. We are not racing. This is not a speedrun. This is not a speedrun channel. Let's... I'm not marketing myself as a speedrunning channel because y'all will laugh at me. That is Rangarath! That's like me! That's like me and shit! Yes it is! How you doing, Pancake? I hope you're well today. Fish! You can speedrunning and winning? Yeah, I won't be able to beat you. I won't be able to beat you there. I'm not a speedrunner, I never have been. I like to take my time. You know? Pace myself a little. Rang a rat! That's what Henry calls me. He says rang a rat. And I'm like, yeah, okay, fine, I guess. Personally, my favorite nickname that I've heard someone use is Rangoose, which I think Jorbs has coined. Rangoose is so cute. Because I'm just a silly goose. I'm just a silly goose. What are we naming the world? Uh, uh, Gaycraft 2025. I wonder if I can finish all of the quests before the end of this year. Doubtful, doubtful. But we can try. We can try. Happy birthday, Froakie. Yeah, we could do it together. Rangusi. Someone has definitely said that one before as well. I can't remember who said it first. See, it has to include the word penis. It's I click create. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it again then. How do you incorporate? Can you just write the word penis into the seed and it just creates a seed for you? Is that how Minecraft seeds work? Okay, we're gonna get into the world. I'm gonna delete it and I'm gonna start again because it's gonna be we've got a rule set. We've got a rule set. I would have thought the word gay would have had to be incorporated into it, but penis is just as good. You'll have to give my PC like 5 minutes to actually create the world, but it's fine. We're chilling. What's everyone been doing? Has anyone had anything interesting happen in the last couple of days? I had an engagement party over the weekend. My own engagement party, which is terrifying. As someone that has never been to an engagement party before, I didn't know what it was supposed to look like or what people were expecting, so I was just stressed the fuck out because I was like, are we not doing enough? Like, should we be entertaining? Like, is this supposed to be an entertainment party? But it was good. It was good. Henry's family, like, cooked up a bunch of food and it was really tasty. It was really nice food. Um, one of Henry's or a couple of Henry's aunties, I think, worked on it. They did a balloon arch, and the balloons were Pokeball colored because we love Pokemon. And we got a bunch of photos done underneath the Pokeball balloon arch with a professional photo, like a professional camera, mind you. And I'm pretty sure the guy that owns the camera is a professional photographer. So I'm really looking forward to those photos. Hemroll Wade! It was a little stressful, but I still enjoyed it, and I think people still had fun. You made gold in Marvel Rivals? I still haven't played it. I still haven't played it. I'm a disappointment. I keep meaning to. Thank you for the feed, wash, clean, fart, and water. Is there an acronym for that? Foot Devil Cultist to save a paladin of strength. Yeah. There's supposed to be male strippers. Oh, that's what we were missing. That's what we missed, Maxine. You're right. That would have made it so much better. Ugh. Okay. So, hold on. We start again. It's gonna have penis in it this time. Thank you for the check-ins, guys. What do you mean preparing for? I said delete. It's fine. It'll get started eventually. We're already 15 minutes in, haven't even started the world. Penis is the seed makes the world you but can I just write a word? Like, could I write a phrase that has the word penis in it and it will just create a world? Write anything? That's wild. Okay. Penis Gaycraft. 2K 25. Where's this is the seed. So, okay. It's inside the world. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just making sure I've got the penis there as well, just in case. It turns into numbers? Okay. I'm doing good, Maxine. I hope you're doing well too. The cum biome. Playing poker in Red Dead Redemption. Yo, are you like, how much money did you win? I'm trying to think of a phrase that has the word penis in it. That's like, I'm not funny, guys. Come for happiness. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm only funny when I'm not trying. If I try to be funny, I'm not funny. See, there's penis in it. It's there. It's there. You know what? I'm gonna take the penis. I'm gonna take the penis out of there. That can just be Gaycraft 2K25. The penis is here. I feel like I need to capitalize the penis. I'm doing, yeah. It's like that sometimes. It's like that sometimes. It's probably the one that came up with Rangussy. You might be right. Welcome to the cum zone. Okay. It's time to do the thing. Geek, you haven't even watched me before and you already know that I spend the entire game dying. Am I that transparent? Is it that obvious? Yeah, no, look. No. Geek, I'm worse than Sable because I have played Minecraft before. I played it with friends back 2015, 2016, but I've never actually completed the game. I've never won Minecraft. And I've never fully understood it. I just liked farming and I liked mining and I would play with friends and I would have the farm and make food for people. That was my job. So single player is an experience. Friends think alike. Died 10 times first night. Gloingle. Found a photo of me as a cheerleader in senior high school. Pancake, huh? Bestie, what? Why is there a photo of that? That's not good. Okay, let's see what kind of world it drops us into. Is it gonna be good? Or is it gonna be shit? No, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. When it loads. You know. Any day now. OMG, it's a cool artist! Next, the OnFrog artist in my chat. OnFrog! I love it so much. Look at that adorable emote. Can we get some OnFrogs in chat? Spam the OnFrog. To write ankle instead of usual gibberish. Ankle. Can we address him right as a cheerleader or make his new Discord profile picture? Henry, would you dress up as a cheerleader for chat? Would you do it for us? I think my game has crashed, but I'm giving it some grace. Not the elbow macaronis! Like, if I click, it's gonna... Oh, no. I expected it to be like... Java stopped responding! It's not doing nothing. I just want to open my damn world.
Ringo and Frog.
Yeah, frog! Frog. If we have Henry dressed as anything, it has to be a maid. Why not both? Okay,
Ringo and Frog.
Ringo and Frog. And Frog.
Ringo and Frog, 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 Ringo and Frog.
Okay, I'm fucking closing it and reopening it. We're 20 minutes in and we still haven't opened the world. It's okay. It'll happen. It'll happen. We're just vibing for the time being. This is a just chatting stream now. We're actually just chatting, masquerading as a Minecraft stream. Dingus, thank you for the large man frog. Large man frog. That's what that is to me. Use Photoshop magic to make them kiss. Henry's just dipped out. Bro was like scared and then left. Made with cheerleader pom-poms but has to spell out the word penis. Genius. No, I really like Maxine's idea of having him dress as both and then making them kiss. You're witnessing the collapse of society? Is that this chat? Are we the collapse of society? Or are you watching a video? Henry leaves when he gets called upon. Checks out. Watch that romance anime. Two Henrys in love with each other. Maxine, that's a superpower at that point. If you just as a person can collapse society, you're some sort of superhuman. Oh shit, where the actually no, Henry's not feeling well. I'll get it. I get water. To get water. Look, usually I would enslave Henry to get my drinky drink for me, but he not feeling good today, so I have mercy. I am a merciful woman. Buff Doge hunting for food. Nowadays, Doge dressing as maid and kissing self. Is that a news article title? God, don't quit your day job and become a journalist, please.
Huh?
Me when I cause panic. No, it's the meme. There's a meme? Where's the meme? Single-handedly the reason shampoo has instructions? Are you the reason that it has do not consume on the packaging? Maxine, did you try and eat that really nice smelling shampoo? Me too, low-key, because I thought it smelt really good. I thought it would taste good. It didn't. It did not. The old day and the new, like with the ancestors. Are you having a fever dream, Henry? Dingus, thank you for the large butt cheeks. That's just butt cheeks to me. I DM it to you. Okay. Thank you. Writing a harem anime where it's Henry dressed in multiple different outfits. I gotta collect them all. Gotta collect all the Henrys. Is Henry alright? No. It smells like fruit. It does! It smells like fruit. Why doesn't it taste like fruit? We got soap in the shower at the moment that's... Fuck, it smells like vanilla. And I'm like, can I eat it? Can I eat it? Should I admit that I don't know who Tifa Lockhart is? I've got a strong suspicion that they're probably a corn star, but... Final Fantasy, okay. The penis seed has spawned me on a tree. Just give everything a second, it's loading. So You're a fruit! You're a fruit, CM. What kind of fruit are you? If y'all had to be any fruit, what would you be? I'm a fucking mango. I know you expect me to say orange because I'm
Does not
orange, but
taste like
mangoes are
fruit.
also orange.
Bad bubble texture. Notes of soap.
Notes of soap. The internet would certainly have you believe it. Yeah. No, that checks out. All right, let's see
Hot
this
tip shaders
meme.
with this abomination of a pack makes VTuber slag. Learned the hard way.
Oh. Wait, do I have shaders on? I don't know what a shader is. We're off to a great start. Oh, okay. Okay, now I know what Henry was talking about. Why the fuck can't I zoom in on it? I want to zoom in on the meme. Okay, now I can go back and reread the message and maybe understand what you meant. Where did it go? Okay. Got you. Everything makes sense now. Options, shader packs, and disable them. Video settings. Shader packs. Oh lord, wait, there's many. Disabled. Apply. Okay, now it's not as pretty, but I need the game to actually run. Hello, Sedge, how you doing? The Haunts hath a riven, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Be a black raspberry or a date? Hell yeah, Jorbs. Hell yeah. I see what this game's fucking doing. You'll remember last Minecraft stream where I forgot about fall damage and just died? That's what it's doing. It spawned me on a tree to see if I would forget again. Alas, I have not. I jump in the water. I will not just jump off the tree. You're alright, that's good to hear, Sedge. Cry when I have to stream it. What, stream shaderless Minecraft? Ugly! Listen, I know the point of Minecraft is not that it's supposed to be pretty, but like, come on! Come on, I want it to be pretty. I look at cutesy pootsy. No you, Sedge. No you. At least you can play it faster speed. Exactly, I don't have to play it at a slideshow. Okay, let's quest. Quest book. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't. I saw. Where did he go? I saw him and was like, you don't belong here. And then just ignored him. He's somewhere.
The end, another quest got doubled. BC, I hate myself.
No! Muse! Beep! Beep to you! Thank you so much for the 10 months, Muse. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing good.
Shaders win?
Shaders went. Yeah, I had to turn them off. Actually, Geek makes a good point as well. Oh, nope, that's not it. Render distance. Maybe take that down just a tad. What's a good number? I like the number 5. Yeah, no, we good. We good. What would be the most arrow ace fruit? I don't know. That's a good question. Keyboard smashes so much of your browser oh no. Just buy a 5090. Yeah, I don't have that much money. Apple. Zombie gaming and Overwatch, yo. 5 is too. Oh. Is it? Okay. Okay, we'll keep it at 9 then. Okay. Yeah, that's why I had to turn the shaders off, because I loaded into the game and it was like playing a PowerPoint. It's the gay panic song! There's many gay panic songs, what do you mean? Oh, here's another one! What are you doing here, little guy? You're supposed to be underground! Okay. I'm just gonna start this like most people start regular Minecraft worlds. Get in wood. This is a huge tree.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Getting wood. Wait, I'm not the dog. I don't know why the limpets are everywhere. This penis seed be fucking us up. For real, for real. Hello, Jesse Heavy. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're doing well today.
Remember to claim the first page quest. 3.
Oh, right, yes. It's this one. Wait. Click to begin. It's this one. There we go. Holy fucking shit! Good heavens! Is it gonna do a common one? Okay. Gotta have the pride book, quest book, and loot reward. Let's go. That was so loud. My poor ears. Your hands are cold. Sit on them. Sit on them. What is Bro doesn't know what is. Bro doesn't know what is. Okay, let's do the very beginning. The very beginning part. What the fuck? I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill it, I'm gonna eat it. It's the other one, a pickaxe. Is this a stone pickaxe? I don't have stone. I don't have stone yet. Hold on, I can do that. I can do that right now. Do that right now. Give me that. Give me that.
Oh, cholera!
Yeah,
Czy to Freddy Fazbear?
imagine not being on PC. Imagine not being on PC. Couldn't be me. Immediate overstimulation. That's me with life. Y'all ever just get always overstimulated by life in general? Holiday is playing in the background, yeah! Got my stream playlist going. Gotta have the tunes. Oh. Okay, I don't know what I clicked on. There we go. Getting an upgrade. Exactly. Put hands between juicy thighs. Get warm. Profit. Give me that XPP. Okay, which branch do I do first? Stinky. Uh-oh. Stinky. Damn! Henry just be calling people stinky. Okay, so that's for farming. What is this again? Oh, this is the nether. Okay, yeah, no. We're just gonna ignore that one real quick. Jump scare. Boobies. Did you get jump scared by the boobies or the stinky? Bucket of fish, leather, and seeds.
So like,
Okay.
I was chatting with a friend about kinks and they asked why I don't like being covered in cum, so I said because I'm autistic and don't like being dirty.
I mean, cum just also has a horrible texture to it. Especially when it dries. I get you. I get you. As you should, Sable. The nether and the end ones need to be
I removed the godforsaken snail shell quest because for some reason it was hell to find a snail.
Right? I think I spent ages trying to find a snail last time, and I was like, it's a fucking snail, my guy. Alright, which direction? I'm thinking down this way. I don't want to go across the water just yet. I don't want to go across the water. Yeah, no, as you should with the nether in the end. They should be, like, the most in-depth quests. Because that's like the main meat and potatoes of Minecraft. You spent 5 hours getting that! That's unfortunate. Okay. Actually, there's like shit here on the overworld. Is there... I remember you saying there was a mythic metal quest line. But whether I have access to that yet, it'd be into the mines, yeah? Mythic metals. Any mythic metals raw ore. Is that not what I just picked up? Or do I have to do other stuff first? Do I have to do this first? You just ate meat and potatoes? Hell yeah. It's locked. Okay, I gotta, what do I have to do? 32 cobblestone, coal, iron, copper. Getting deep! Deep slate. Oh, okay. I see it. It's blacked out until it's done. Oh, I see. Yep, I see the tick there. Got you. Okay. Is there any... You know what? Might as well get the fucking 32 cobblestone while I'm here. Bee! Deep Rock Galactic? The deep from the hit TV show The Boys? Fantastic TV show though. If you haven't watched it, watch it. It's really good.
Yo Itzaho gifted 5 subscriptions to the Ringle Ranch.
Hello? Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Yo-Yo Itzaho. Welcome in. How are you doing today? That's so kind of you. What the heck? What the heck? What? Goodbye, peace out. Okay. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. You missed the step of mining stone. That's what I'm doing right now. You know what? I'm gonna mine an entire stack of stone in your name. In your name. For the 5 gifties. Have an awesome day, homie. You deserve it. I wish my dick was that big. So do I. So do I. I wish I could just come in, make someone happy, and be like, I'm gonna head out now. Bye. That's insane.
I fittingly got blown up to get the boom hammer.
Look at that! Stack of stone! Stack of stone and Yo-Yo Itzaho's name. Amazing. Wonderful. No notes. No notes. I wish my wallet was that big! Yeah. Yeah. It be like that. It be like that. I'm a cis guy with a 9-inch cock, but you have an immortal snail with no hesitation. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Okay, I'm just gonna... Nah, I'm too much of a pussy. I don't want to die, okay? I'm gonna build a little house. I'm safe. I'm safe. I am determined to get through at least one full in-game day without dying. I am determined. Snail will be in a steel box, throw it into a volcano. Give yourself a few years. One night stand, come in, blow up, and leave! Not the come and go. Not the ejaculate and evacuate. Not allowed to hide like this. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. What do you want me to do? Go out there and start beating shit up? You're gonna go play games? Enjoy your games, Sage. Thank you for coming in and saying hi and hanging out. It's not that difficult. It's not that difficult if you're not silly goose like I am. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'll go beat shit up. Look at me with my sword. Give me this back. Actually, why don't I... Let's make life a little easier. Why don't I? I'm taking my stone with me. Survive, drink your piss! Do you think Minecraft Steve drinks his piss? I mean, we don't have a thirst meter. Oh, there's an Enderman over there. Has to, exactly. Unless he's drinking ocean water. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. I'm not gonna try and beat up the Enderman because that will kill me. I'm not gonna bite off more than I can chew immediately. Why are there limpets? I don't understand. What is he doing? What he doing? What the dog doing? He's too good at the game. No, I'm gonna prove that I can do it. I can do it. Look at this. Dodging and weaving. I was about to say no hit. No hit run. I'm already... Oh, holy fuck. See? It's not that hard. Suck my ass, it's not that hard. You do it then. Hello, cool G-Mars, welcome in. How you doing? I'll take the full blame, yeah. As you should. Why'd you die? Because things were hitting me. I don't know what else to tell you. I want my shit back. Day 65 with 1 death. Shut your whore mouth. Would I have a shit meter either? You right. Maybe we just... Steve just shits his pants. Man, like... He's just shitting as he goes. My day is going good, cool. How's your day going? My bad friend, if I had the power of invisibility, I'd make my best friend think he's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna quickly grab my stuff, and then I'm gonna run away. And then, oh, what the fuck?
They came into my chat and immediately said I'm gonna speedrun Gaycraft and get less death than you and has now spent 10 hours in game. Summon the hemorrhoid.
What do you mean my stuff is not just there for me to pick up? Okay. Akaza, I'm going to... Are you going to accept to summon the hemorrhoid if I just get him to come into chat? Because he is currently in bed and can't really get out of bed right now. He's not feeling very well. So I don't want to get him to come all the way in here. Steve dies of dysentery! Wonder what rabbit tastes like. Apparently it's like gamey. Came into my chat and immediately said I'm gonna speedrun it! Okay, so the corpse mod keeps it safe, so I can just, like, chill here until daytime and then go and get it. Nah, fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah, you can't climb, you bitch. I'm going to call him and tell him to get into chat. Because I am also not getting up. You have been summoned into chat. I'm not gonna make you get out of bed. Just for... Huh? Well, you need to come back. Also love. Have tested, can confirm. Okay. Even if you quit the game, let's go. Published works as a Harry Potter fanfic. What? There we go. He has a ribbon. Well, these days have to take so long. What can I do at night while I wait and not die? Oh, stinky. Ow. Fuck off. Ew, why do you look like that? I just want to go and get my shit. You know what? I'm gonna grab flowers. Well, aww, I got a blessing in love for collecting flower. Leave me alone. Go away. I'll punch. I'll punch. It's okay, I can handle one.
Stinky. Stinky. Stinky.
Ow. I'm gonna, yeah, I can mine with my hands. I'm gonna go back and get my shit. There we go. I killed a thing. I did it. I did it. Are you proud of me? You guys proud of me now? I just want my stuff. I can't even tell what time of day it is because it rained. Like I don't know where the moon is. Oh no, there's a creeper.
You know what the best boss in Valadro is? The one where you get no discards. You know, in a game of poker, where you discard cards to get a good hand. You know, as the only mechanic of the game you have control over your hand. No discards. So you just get given a shit fuck hand and lose.
Yeah,
Liz, best boss in the game, and I definitely am not homicidal.
Oh, that's fucked. That's dumb as shit. Crazy redhead beats up local homeless man. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Hello there, Durhammer. Welcome in. How you doing today? I love that emote. Little Triceratops. It's so cute. You're proud. Thank you, Maxine. Thank you. All I need is a little tick friend. All I need is a little tick friend. I need reassurance. I need reassurance that I'm... What the fuck? What is it? Oh no. Oh. I don't think a spider's supposed to look like that. I don't think spider's supposed to look like that. It's okay, it's dead now. It's dead now. We no longer have to be afraid. Tit friend! You go on my head. There we go. Look at him! He's just hanging on! Just hanging on to my head. You just dig for a good head by playing the cards you don't. True. True. Just get rid of the cards. Nah, it's Gamba. It's Gamba. I refuse to believe Balatro is not Gamba. Henry, you haven't even played the game! You can't be like, oh, skill issue, when you've never even played the game. Okay, I got my shit back. We're back in business, baby! Okay. That's not the way I wanted to go. Yeah, this way. This way. It's okay, it sounds like a hard as fuck game. Gotta collect some more wood as I go. Oh my god. Why is this ass so fat? thickum spider. Geep! Guys, this geep is gay sheep is geep. You need to use the penis seed, otherwise it's not gonna work. Obviously. Get me some food.
The funny
Sorry,
thing
rainbow
is that
chickens.
it's not even a hard game. You just occasionally get a single boss dickhead bitch ass that rings your butthole for no reason.
Just for funsies. Just for funsies. Thank you so much for the follow, Derhammer. Hope you enjoy your time here. Henry is Mr. Hobo Bob 3. That is Henry. Ah, thank you for the follow, geek. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna fucking die again. To another motherfucking skeleton! Go away! Leave me be. Let me live! Okay, I need food. I need food. Oh my god. The sea calls you. Okay, we've got open space here. We've got open space here. I need a furnace. I need to cook me some chimkin. So that I can not die. I'm gonna use saplings as fuel. Maybe bag, that's all good, cool. Hope you have a wonderful day. I'm trying not to die, Muse, I'm trying my best. For my speedrun competition, gonna keep track of the progress.
Stinky. Stinky.
Damn, you calling yourself Stinky?
Stinky.
The sea booty calls me. Yeah, it sure does. The ocean sure do be thick. What is that? Is that a crab? Oh, look at them all! There's heaps of them! Aw, he's so cute. Hi, little guy. Okay, now that I've actually got some health. Okay. Okay. Wait, why is that there? I think I've accidentally favorited the copper coin, and I don't know how I did that, or how to undo it. Haven't I got seeds? Give me seeds. It's time for questing. Houses? Nah. Quest. It's to to plant one. Peppa! Oh my goodness! Hello, Raiders! Hello, hi! How is everyone? How are you going? How was the art stream? Bonjour, konbanwa! Welcome in, everyone! For anyone that doesn't know me, hello, I'm Ranger. I should have done this with Sable's stream as well. If anyone's still here that doesn't know me, hello, I'm Ranger Wrath. I usually go by Ranger. I'm a little orange cat girl. I like to play games, and I'm not very good at them, but I do it anyway. I'm just here to have a good time. What kind of art did you work on? I hope you had a good time. Ringle tingle, that is for sure me. That is for sure me. Let me get me some meat. Thank you so much for the follow, Mirai. I was working on your channel panels. Yo, that's awesome. You got the base coloring done? That's some good progress. I bet you they look awesome. You know what? I'm gonna give you a follow because I don't think I am following you. And I will have to come and check out those panels once they're done. I would love to just be able to follow from the chat, but it's not letting me do that. So give me I hate Twitch sometimes. There we go. There we go. And now I will be able to come and check out your panels when you finish them. Shit, where's my game? There we go. There we go. If anyone needs to raid and run, please feel free to do so. Don't feel pressured to stick around. I am just happy that I was considered to be honored to be raided. I love words. I can word. I'm so good at word. You see Minecraft, you follow? Hell yeah. This is a special mod pack made by SableQ, one of my mods, and my bestest friend in the whole world. And there's a bunch of quests and stuff, which I am currently working on. This is only day one, so I haven't really done much, but I'm working on quests. What was I gonna make? I was gonna make a hoe so that I can plant seed. Break ground. Plant seed. Time to farm. And then what's the last thing here? A bucket of fish. I am first of all going to need some iron to do that, so. It's not Cobblemon, not today. This is Gaycraft. So no Pokemon in this one. But I will be interchanging between this and between Gaycraft and Cobblemon when I do my Minecraft streams. Oh, press A? Okay, bet. I press A on the thing. There we go. Easy. Okay, I think I should just build like a little makeshift house for the time being so that I can have... I mean, this is relatively close to where I spawned anyway, so if I build a house here and then I die for some reason, it's Gucci and it's fine because I'm pretty close to spawn anyway. I'm trying to think of how to not make it literally just a fucking rectangular prism. You and Sable think alike, neither of you can speak. Speaking is hard, okay? Which was Cobblemon. Yeah, no. I do still have a Cobblemon world, but at the moment tis Gaycraft. Ugh. Okay, I'm just gonna... I'm so good at placing blocks. Just gonna make a little makeshift house. Just small baby. Small baby house. It's gonna be kinda a cube. I won't lie. Nope, it's a rectangle. That's probably gonna be way too much. It's fine. I'm gonna put a door here. I am not a good builder, so it's gonna look like shit. It's gonna look like shit. Block. Can I say something in German? Sure, why not? See? No, that's all good, Pepper. That's all good. I hope you have a wonderful dinner, and thank you so much again for the raid. I hope your food is extra tasty today. We could turn back down. I'm gonna give this a stone roof so that it's not just block. It's still gonna kind of just be block, but... Make it stick out on the edges. This is how the cool people build, isn't it? Isn't it? Let me be a cool people. I just want to be a cool people. Reggie, you better be fluent right now. Yeah? I understand that it says thank you for the information. Although I feel like that's not a flex. I feel like that's pretty self-explanatory. I can read that much. Or can I say something in German? Or, do you want, can I just read what you just said? I could try with the accent, the, like, proper pronunciation, but danke für the information. I learnt a little bit of German in primary school, but that was well over a decade ago, and I only remember the occasional word. Like, I remember danke. I remember thank you. That's about it. Front area of the restaurant is done and screenshot is shared. Ooh, you building a restaurant. That's cool. I wanna build a little cafe. I wanna build a cafe. With the baking stuff. Wait, Sable, is the baking stuff still in? Have we still got baking mod? Yay! I can still make cakes and stuff. My dream. In an alternate universe somewhere, I am like a professional baker or some shit. Or like cake decorator or something. Cause like, in my mind's eye, that's one of the things that I would love to be, is making cakes, making and decorating cakes. But I have attempted, as I am, to make and decorate cakes, and it is really hard. It's hard. Nothing was removed that was important. Okay, bet. Currently filled with limpets, going to force them to join the economy and become customers of said restaurant. Pictures of Spider-Man. Wait, what pictures of Spider-Man? There's Spider-Man? You need to go to rehab for YouTube shorts? As in you've consumed too many YouTube shorts? Is that why? I'm out of stone. I'm out of stone. Is that stone over there? No, it's sand. That's stone there. Now to get stone without falling in lava. Ah! Nice try, bitch! Yeah. Dunk on you. Teabag the spider. You gotta go now, that's all good, Mirai! Thank you so much for the follow, and thank you for hanging out and chatting. I hope you have a wonderful day. The drug addicting, I tell you, calls to you? Oh, you just went... You don't even know what a Cars is talking about, and you were just like, yeah. Oh my god. Friend got called into jury duty for the 5th time in 2- Jesus. You've never been called once? I've been called 2 or 3 times, I think. And every single time I'm just like, no, sorry, I've got uni. I don't want to do that shit. Fuck you mean? Sounds stressful. Who's eating YouTube shorts? Me. They're delicious. It's better than the pandemic saved you? Fuck yeah. I mean, pandemic, not good, but pandemic saving you from jury duty? Hell yeah. Keep getting exploded? Me with creepers. You can only say no if you've got a good reason. Which, for me, uni was a good enough reason for them. Like, if I said I had assessments or exams around that time, they'd just be like, I bet. But if you don't have something like that, then it's compulsory. It's a pain in the ass. Do you only have to do it, like, once? Or is it like, obviously not, because Dingus has just said that her friend's been called in 5 times. That seems so unfair. So when I get drawn, it immediately throws it away. I think the last time I got called in, I was like, yeah, whatever, like I filled out the thing because I wasn't studying at the time, so I just went, yeah, whatever. But I never got another, like, I never got called back, I don't think. So sometimes you just don't get called back. You fill out the questionnaire and then they decide that they don't want you. Yeah, exactly. What if you just have a mental breakdown in court? What are they doing then? I'm scared. Never been called in? That's really lucky, Akaza. Yeah, so jury duty is, yeah, you serve on the jury in a court. Because that's the, like, how court is like, you get reviewed by your peers, and they're the ones that determine whether you're guilty or not guilty. Shit like that. It's called for duty, gets a patient exhales heavily. Yeah, there would have been a section that explained where you could go, because I think there's a section on the Queensland or the government website somewhere where you put in your reason. There would have been a section on the letter that is like, if you can't for whatever reason visit soandso.com and fill out the form. A Call of Duty, literally.
As a kid, I didn't know about the jury or evidence or how the court worked, so I just thought the judge would get the criminal to just walk up and the judge does a vibe check and smacks their gavel and is like, guilty as charged.
Honestly, like, yeah, I don't blame you for thinking that's how it worked, because, I mean, who thinks about a jury? Like, what kid thinks about a jury? What is that? Travertine? What sort of fucking bullshit? I just want some stone. I want rock. I need rock! I'm gonna commit crimes for this rock. Too autistic to serve? I think I would struggle a lot. Not just because it's a stressful situation, but because there's so many things to consider, and also, not to mention my attention span as well. Like, court hearings go for a long time. They're not short. I would be bored out of my fucking mind.
Juries? B-move. I am 100% serious.
That's fair. I feel like that's fair. Yeah, vibe check. Then the judge just bonks you. Chat, this is why you live in a nowhere town. You just don't get called for duty because there's not a court here. Actually, do you, like, get removed from jury duty for that reason? I would have thought you would have still been in, like, the running to get called for jury duty, but yeah, like, you would just have to travel, like, a long way. B-move! Man, I love B-move. Because I was supposed to... Could take a week? Yeah, that's what most cases are. They're not short. They take a long time. And sometimes you do that week and then have to come back again at another point anyway as well. And I don't want to fucking do all that. Functioning member of society, my asshole. Fuck off. Yeah, we can serve, but we can't serve. You know what I mean? Piss off. Go away. Go away. Go away. Your head looks funny. Okay, let me complete this wonderful fucking build. Absolute stellar build. Most beautiful house I've ever seen in my entire life. All those Minecraft builders could never. Uh-oh. 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 It's fine if I just do this, I think. It's symmetrical, kind of. Ow. And now I've gotta fill in the gaps. Fill in the gaps. And then everything's fine. And then we have a house. Yep! Yippee! Pay for your hotel. Oh, fuck. What if that was my final straw? What if that was my final straw? Creepers, man. Worst mob in the game. Ow. Yeah, no, they do tend to, pay for all of the necessities. Like, they'll pay for you to stay in a hotel, you get lunch, or I think at least lunch paid for. And I believe you get compensated for your time, basically, as well. But, I don't know, nah, I'm good. Okay, I didn't know he was there! How am I supposed to not die to a creeper if I didn't know he was there? How is it? My head's just in midair. What the fuck is that in the side of my face? I bet you that's not enough dirt to fill in the hole either. Bitch ass. Bitch ass. I'm gonna have to go and get dirt from elsewhere. Oh. Should turn off mob explosions. Yeah. I'm giving it my best shot to not turn anything off. Just for the time being. But if I get excessively pissed off, I'm going to. I'm gonna be a real Minecraft streamer, guys. I was gonna warn you about the creeper, but you thought it would be funny not to. Fuck you, Maxine. Fuck you.
Why is 20 insight for a bloodstone chunk but only 2 insight for a twin bloodstone shard?
Just because it can. Just because it can be. Just to annoy you, actually. Just to bother you. Inconvenience. No, you're not gonna do what? You got to do the settings and turn off. But I just figured I wouldn't turn it off at first and see how I go.
Mojan was like, you have the power to create anything. Spend 10 hours on an amazing build. Anyway, here's a mob that literally destroys your work like a bomb. When you were building
Anyway,
the roof,
fuck
I
you,
saw
build.
the creeper and thought I should say something. Not I'm blind and I saw it. She had to have. Either way, it's gonna be funny.
I mean, I saw the creeper, but it was over that side, so I was like, it'll be fine. It wasn't fine. Spoiler alert, it wasn't fine. The only game rules I change is increase entity cramming max from wait, so that you can have more entities crammed into one spot? Is that for, like, farms and stuff? Oh, that's wrong. That's not where that's supposed to be. It's fine. I'll go out there and fix it. Shit ass. It looks goofy as fuck because it's only 2 blocks off the ground. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a little place for me to, like, live and shit, you know? It's not supposed to be beautiful. Every block has a sheep. Fucking Christ. Does your game lag at all? That's a lot of sheep. Okay, I need a door. I need a door. I don't think I don't have enough wood for a door. Need more tree. Ah! Thank you for the love abuse. I get beated up. I get beated up. Oh, more! More! You run max settings and get a state. Jesus. I wish that was me. I think if I wasn't, like, using a VTuber and streaming, I probably could, like, having shaders would be fine. Like, my PC's pretty good. It's pretty alright. But when I've got 6 or 7 other programs running in the background, I don't want to I don't want to push it. I don't want to push my luck. Give me these fucking doors. Should I do double doors? We do double doors right in the middle. Fancy house. Double doors right in the middle. I love the doors not making any noise at all. It's such a weird glitch. I'm going to make some charcoal. Yeah, VTube Studio takes priority. Yeah, it's slowly murdering my PC. I hope it holds out for a few more years, because holy shit, unless this channel blows the fuck up, I'm not gonna be able to afford to replace this for a long time. Let's see if I can find some... Oh, I don't have a pickaxe. Hold on. Always have my VTuber software and OBS open because when I streamed, I set them up to launch. Ah, you're too lazy to stop it, so you just minimize. That's fair. That's fair. Cheese arrow bug. Yeah, like what the fuck is supposed to affect the sound of the doors? It's such a weird glitch. I want this coal, but I think it's just gonna fall straight into the lava. Wait. No, I got it. I'm actually God. Imagine trying to explain that sentence to a Victorian child. Imagine trying to explain Minecraft to a Victorian child. Oh yeah, that... Also literal... Yeah, that shit that's in your chimneys that you're cleaning out. Yeah, we fucking have a game where we make that. To run our furnaces and cook our food and make our metals. There's a game for that, and it's just all squares. Ah! I looked at chat as I was running. That was close. It's okay, I saved myself. I'm so good. I'm so good at this game. Why does your tongue still taste like cum? It's coated in it. It's glazed. Your tongue has been glazed now. Glazed with cum. Okay, this is, chuck that there. Yeah, see? Maxine's got it! Maxine giving me the praise I deserve. Coal was used in Victoria. Yeah, but we have a game for it. We don't do it physically, we do it on a screen. 6 YouTube... Jesus, yeah, you got a NASA computer? It was so Scream. The screamiest scream I've ever scrumped. It's starting. This is the beginning. I'm creating chests. It's time. Oh, fuck. That's not where I want that! Creamiest. It's beginning. By its beginning, I mean putting everything into one chest and not doing any organization whatsoever. Because who the fuck wants to organize chests? I'm gonna make a bow. Because I've got some arrows. I need meat. Got some leather. Take the coal. I'm gonna take the wood as well. And the dirt. I learnt the hard way to make sure I carry around those coins with me. Okay. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. No, it's just a PC. Crazy. Would have just died and accepted it. I want to hear a PV upcoming rap EP. It'll be the studio. Mick DIY vasectomy. Fuck yeah, Alice, lay it on us. No, next, you don't need to apologize. Do your thing. Whatever it is you need to do, get that shit done. Okay, I'm gonna go dig some sand because I want windows.
It's toy time, Rainboy. And chat, don't think you're getting out of this. You must end every sentence with oid for the next 5 minutes or band/HJ.
Now why would you do that, oid? You're gonna disappear, oid, and then you're gonna lay toid on me?
Need to cheer to get enough points for TTS.
Thank you for the bitoid, Alice. I appreciate the bitoid. Cheeroid. Time to be silentoid. No, I try my best to still speakoid when toid is active. And the rest of you should oid as well. So that I'm not alone oid. It's oid time. You must oid.
I have spent almost this entire stream in the Chalice dungeons farming bloodstone chunksoid.
Chunksoid! Get those chaliceoids. That is absolutely not what the chalice dungeonoid is for, but pretend it is oid. That's plenty of sandoid. I think I overdid oid. Did oid. Overdid oid?
Alice underscore Sinoceropteryx just cheered 4 bits. Buster moving about tar Buster Nut. Got all the gold,
Buster
so they
Nutoid.
call me King Tut. They also call me King Tut cause him in bread. My brother banged my mum, now Terry's water in my head. Habsburg jaw sweet home Alabama, im set up in an arranged marriage with my grandma. Ice on my neck and my wrist like it's winter, pharaoh money but him still a tight ass, call me Sphinx.
Nothing could have preparoided me for that. Call me Spectre. Round of applause, Oid, for Alice. That was wonderful, Oid. I can't wait till you drop your album, Oid. It's gonna be a day to remember, Oid. Sphinxter! Wait, I didn't even get that! No, that's Geniusoid! That's Geniusoid! That's lyrical Geniusoid. Unbelievableoid. I'm speechlessoid. That's gonna be a lot of glassoid. Let's maybe not oid. Let's maybe not oid. Might be too much oid. What if I don't oid band? For God, geoid! Thank you for the bitoids as well, Aliceoid. I think I forgot to mention it, oid. But thank you. Thank you much, oid, for the bitoids. Void! Is that like W, but it's void? Got a goid! No! That's all good, Muse. Have a good night, oid. Thank you for hanging out, oid. I can't remember if Tuboid says something once the toid is overoid. I'm pretty sure he does oid. That's a fat sheepoid. So fluffoid. All your possessionoids. Oh, I'm scaredoid. I'm scaredoid. I'm scaredoid. I run. I runoid. Where's my sticks? Where's my stickoids? Where'd they go? Where did they go, guys? I found my stickoids. That's a fishing rodoid. Trying to remember how to make a bowoid. A boyd!
Henry's mouth is full of
It's
cumoid.
not that. Yeah, it is! How did you know, oid? Bioid, musoid. About a coid, me too. Me too, on frogoid. On frogoid! On Freud. How long does toid last for, oid? The fuck is it? It says 5 minute-oids. It says it's been 5 minute-oids. Minoids. Let me check my mix-it-up-oid. To see whether I have a thing-oid. Where he says when it's done-oid. I do not. Okay, it's been 5 minutes. GG-oid. It's over. We did it. I think... Okay, what if it's the other way? Yay! I'm so smart. I'm gonna start sniping things now. Where is everything? Yeah, fuck off. Yeah. He doesn't even know what hit him. He doesn't even know what hit him. He's so confused. Oh, there's another one. He walked away. Whose cum is it? Mine. You can talk again. You can't just run away. You can't just run away when the oid happens. That's against the law. Nah, you can do whatever you want for real, for real. On frog. Yeah, sorry about that! Yeah, no, it's actually Maxine's cum, my bad. Post a second verse. There's a lot of obscure references, double, triple meanings. Explain them all would take ages. Just read about it on Genius when it comes out. Real. I'll wait. Make sure to at me when the album drops. I'll be there. I'll be there on Frog. Who's Henry and why has he got cum in there? Henry is my fiance. He's pretty well known within the community. He even has his own redeem where we summon him, but we're not summoning him today because he is unwell. The gyroids! I did get rid of the gyroids because we've had them for so long, and I wanted to bring back the Snorlax emotes. I'm sorry. We had them for like over a year, the gyroid emotes. I get you, Dingus. I get you. I only find it fun and funny because there was a reference behind it, because we were playing Animal Crossing and there's gyroids and we started ending everything in Oid and then we just made a channel point redemption out of it. You know, the normal series of events when a channel point redemption gets made. Yeah, no, he is storing it like a chipmunk. It's like his sustenance. It's okay, chat. He'll never know. He'll never know that I'm doing him like this. Give me your freaking arrows, bitch. Okay, I need to... No, you know what I need to do is find a sheep so that I can make a bed so that I can reset my spawn. That would be a good start. Is there some sheep around here? A lot of fucking crabs. So many crabs. There's a rainbow sheep. I don't want to kill the geep. Yeah, we got Snorlax, we got Chonk, boy wife, Ray's boy wife. Does Henry have boy wife energy? Yeah, it is an inside joke. A little bit, yeah, but it is just funny. It's just funny. It is an old meme. But it brings back good memories. That was just a really good stream. Where the fuck did my hat go? I just oh, it went on the ground. Why? Why though? Of course he has boy wife energy. I wonder if Henry could, whether he would get pregnant for me. So that I didn't have to get pregnant. I wonder if he would take the L for me. What was that something that someone said in Sable's stream before? If they won't get pregnant for you, they don't love you. Oh no. Oh no. Piss off. I can also hear a zombie. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Hell yeah. I don't know where the zombie is though. I can hear it, but I don't know where it is. Since Zeph's the one to get pregnant, yeah, exactly. Either neither gets pregnant or both do, no in between. Like, imagine Zeph and Henry pregnant at the same time. They'd be like birth besties. Can someone draw art of that? Can we get fan art? Sorry, I'm gonna shut up. Now it's just in my head. Like I can visualize. I'm visualizing right now. Oh, holy shit. Why are you fast? Yeah, he's fast. I'm sure it. Let's go. Good, because I wasn't gonna. Where's my boy wife? It's such bullshit. I'm sorry, the world isn't fair. Everyone deserves a boy wife. Just looked up what boy wife meant and now I'm pissed off. I want one! This is bullshit! Oh my god. Truly, everyone's missing out. 2025 is the year of finding yourself a boy wife. I believe in y'all. It's gonna happen. This is the year. Then you get, so, to be pregnant at the same time, Sable would have to coordinate creating your boy wives. We can do it together. 2025 is the year of the boy wife. Exactly. Exactly. I don't think it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I'm manifesting it for you. Every single enemy in Bloodborne hate your ears? Why specifically your ears? I suppose I can add a boy wife to the harem. Let's go! I love how Henry's just missing all of this, and it's just not actually, you know what? I don't think he can hear me, because he's usually out in the lounge room, but he's in the bedroom now, and I don't think he can hear me, so I don't think he's heard any of this. Sable, I want you... if you're gonna draw that art, I want you to say nothing and just drop the art. No context whatsoever. Just drop it in the Discord. I want it to be like, I want it to be a surprise. It's a gift. It's a gift. Woo! And break fan art! Let's go! Wait, what message are we deleting? Wait, did you actually delete it? Usually I can see deleted messages. Where did it go? Did I miss it, guy? It's the... Like, oh, okay. My stupid brain
One of Ben 10's aliens gave birth in one episode of Ben 10.
When people respond to someone else, I just see, like, the responded to tag. So all I saw was Maxine's name, so I thought it was Maxine that said that, so I was like, wait, I'm missing a message. I see it. I see it. I see it. He'd be the boy wife and I'd be the girl wife. Exactly. Oh, they're constantly screaming. Got you. Got you. Gave birth in one episode. Man, gotta love the birth episodes. Where are all my birth-loving homies? So fucking sorry. I'll see myself out. I'm just here completing quests, actually. Yeah, wholesome little Minecraft quests. Nothing else happening here. At all. No sussy conversations. Should draw Henry and Zeph Emprag having a drink together. No, you can't drink while you're pregnant, unless it's juice. Drink some juice. Always remember this. They're holding their... Yeah, exactly. They're holding their stomachs like proud parents. Exactly. Exactly.
Ranga.
Drinking a cup of
said
tea?
you have
Okay.
done thing more intimate than the four of you fucking in the same room holding hands. I would like to inquire on this event.
All holding hands, fucking, all at once, literally. Is it even an orgy if you're not holding hands? Wait, at what point does it become an orgy? Is that 5 people? Is it just a foursome if it's only 4? I don't know, I don't have all my lore straightened out. Fuck you mean blow up a creeper with some TNT? Suck my dick with some TNT. I need iron! That's what I'm here for! No comment! Innocent till proven guilty. Yeah, where's your proof, Maxine? Where's your proof? Did you have a camera? If not, there's no proof. Didn't happen. Wait, I don't... Oh, the copper... Do you make the coins with copper? I'm pretty sure you do. So, it actually has a use now. Boy wife sounds awesome. Exactly. Exactly. They're having a pregnant date. Aww. That's cute. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm fucking drowning. I thought my head was above the water. On Frog, I thought my head was above the water. Been lurking and I look at my phone. This is my brain trying to figure out what's going on. I'm so sorry. This is definitely not normal Ranger stream content. Not at all. Sable and Ranger holding hands, Henry and Zeph holding hands. Aww. And everyone's fucking. Orgies are a group of people above- okay, above 4. Alright, got you. You learn something new every day, guys. Sad I didn't have a camera record that shit in an instant. Illegal. Illegal. Unless with consent, oh. You've organized 102? Hell yeah. Oh, it goes down further! But wait, there's more! There's a thing down there. Not into seahorses, but seahorses are cool! 4,500 iron. Don't even look at me. Don't even look at me with that amount of iron. I thought there was a creature here. There is not. I'm gonna get lost. I found some! Yippee! I did it. Literally 2. Okay. Okay. Am I a joke to you? Am I a joke to you? Hello, Bread! How you doing? As a long-time non-innocent Bread, Cap, this is normal. Why are you gonna call me out like that?
Hi darlings, hoping everybody is well, and thank you Roo for 5 MTHS of joy.
Thank you so much for the 5 months, Lime. Welcome in. How you doing today? Lime. You missed a very interesting conversation by like about 5 minutes. Are we bringing out boy wives again? It is you. It is Lowime. I was a whore in high school and a bit after that. I was a whore after high school for like a couple of years and then... And now I like have no libido, so... I like... It left me. It drained out of my body. Nah, blame antidepressants, honestly. No idea what you're talking about. Wait, what? Trying to get Sable and Ranger to admit their 4-way? No idea what you're talking about. No one's admitting to anything. Innocent till proven guilty, remember? I just went down here. I think I've already established that I can't go any further. I love that creeper emote, Critias. Explode! Literally. Literally creepers. Time for me. That's all good, dingus. Bring it up. Bring it up. Copper actually has a use, fuck yeah. Imagine having a life. SMH. Oh my god. I did it. It's okay. No damage here. This is a no damage run. Actually. I've not died once. Definitely haven't died. Mm-mm. 0 damage. Full damage run. 100% damage. Any damage I could take, I will take. Probably not serious. Too new here to comment on Henry Embreg. I give it a week. Henry has no idea that this conversation is happening and I'm living for it. Usually he hears his name mentioned and he just appears in the room, but because he's like bedridden right now, I can say whatever the fuck I want. In before he's lurking in chat. And he's heard everything. 39 minutes! That is a crazy specific amount of time. What the hell is a safe? I have no idea. So I'm not gonna slide into his DMs. So tell me about the four-way. No, because then he's gonna come bite my head off. Don't do that. Don't do that. Pretend you never heard anything. Oh my fucking god, get away from me. This is the only way I can kill creepers. Hell yeah. Give me that gunpowder. Hand it over. Oh yeah, nothing happened, so yeah, he can't bite my head off. Yeah, you right. You right. Unfrog. How am I gonna find my way out of here? I've dug myself down so far. Actually, I've just been following the caves, but I have a poor track record with being able to work my way back up a cave. And I can't do what I usually do, where I just jump. I just bury myself alive so that I can teleport back to my bed. Because I don't have keep inventory on. Yet. That could change. I'm determined. Okay, let's see if I can find my way back up. I think it was this way. Oh, I was gonna do some sick parkour and then I missed it. It's not as good when you have to recorrect it. Don't date femboys, they're very high maintenance. Yeah? Do you know from experience, Maxine? Did I find my way out? Oh, I did it. I'm actually so good. And then where's my house? This way. This way. Chat distracted me, I'm doing lovely. No, that's all good, live. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I'm glad you're doing good. My week has been it's been pretty good. Henry and I had our engagement party on the weekend, like our family engagement party, where I mean most of it was his family because a lot of my family lives interstate. But yeah, it was good. It was stressful because like people were like, oh, you know, what's the program? And Henry and I have never been to an engagement party before, so we were like, the fuck do you mean, what's the program? Because we didn't know what an engagement party was supposed to look like, so we were kind of like, hey, just people eat food, people mingle, do your thing, when you want to go home, go home. Like, just, it's cool, it's Gucci, don't even worry about it. We're just, you know, having a little celebration and shit like that. I love how there's two. I would love to know what the second one is. 3 hours is your first time? It mustn't be your first time here, because it's only been an hour and 50 minutes. Have you been here before, Secretly Geek? You secretly been here before. I take care of a lot of femboys. 258 hours. 460 femboy daycare. Is there a market for that? Have I been here before without realizing? Maybe? I wonder if you are in a community that's like raided into me before. Was this your first time in Sable's stream as well? Like tonight? Feels odd to say. Yeah, but nah, you're all good. Can't go wrong with food. Exactly, exactly. Henry's dad and grandma cooked up some, like, it was like finger food. So we had like little sandwiches, little sausage rolls, little like, I think they're called pinwheels, where you like wrap, you get like a big flour tortilla and then you put like stuff on it and then you roll it up and then cut it into little circles. Those were really good. Those were so good. And we had like desserts and stuff. Yeah, Twitch is weird. Maybe you're in another community that's rated into me before and you didn't realize. Or maybe the counting is just fucking wrong. Who knows? Who knows? There is a chance that it is just wrong. Where's my axe? I didn't break my axe yet. Huh? What? Apparently I did. Because it not there. I've got a yucky bit on my nail and it feels weird. Thank you for the check-in, Brad. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have a big old window back here. Big window. It's window time, boys. It's window time. Fuck. I want it to... It's not gonna be symmetrical. I'm not trying to make it symmetrical and then... Oh no. I forgot that it's fine, we just do this. It's gonna look weird, but I want a window there! $73 hours! The goal is to get 69696 points. You're at 69.4k, you're almost there! You're almost there! Should start accepting invites to parties. Parties are good if there's food involved. Like, although, okay, so the food is what gets me to the party in the first place, and then I end up having a good time anyway. So, the food is the motivating factor, but then the party is just good. So, you know. 9 months! We've had a baby. Congratulations, Maxine. This is gonna look goofy as shit, but that's what we're doing. I want a window there, okay? There's some dirt. And then a little window up here. Yeah. $144 hours! Y'all got so much watch time. You'll just sit here and watch me for those hours and listen to me talk absolute shit for all of those hours. You guys okay? How we feeling? Nope, it's pissing me off that it's not symmetrical. Sorry. It's gonna be symmetrical now. I can't not have symmetry, apparently. We enjoy this? Does the stare mean you don't enjoy it? Does it mean you don't? 420 weed number hours! Weed hours. It's
I
weed
spent
hours.
436 hours watching Delicious in Dungeon.
Damn, you spent... Hold on, what? Did you do your watch hours? Yeah, you did. You've spent more time watching Delicious in Dungeon than you like double the time watching Delicious in Dungeon than you've spent watching my streams. That's like so much time. Oh fuck. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I got scared. It's to force me to take the compliment. Thank you, Breb. I'm glad you guys enjoy spending time here. When I got here, you were saying something about sucking a creeper off or whatever, and I just pretended I didn't hear. Sucking them off and not in a good way. I think I'm gonna die, so I'm so scared. I hate that noise. Okay, maybe if I get my health back and then go and beat it up again, everything will be fine. Like, it will just die. I'm gonna win the fight this time. Where did it go? Aww. Ah! I was about to say pussy ass bitch and then it fucking spawned on top of me! No! My buddy took a fucking screenshot. That was so scary. Oh, I need a drink. You're here to feel better. Well, I hope I help you feel better. Now I gotta walk all the way back there again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Screamed with me? It just spawned out of nowhere. Oh man, I was like, it was on the tip of my tongue being like, pussy bitch. And then it spawned on top of me. I wish I'd said it before it spawned on top of me. That would have made the clip even better. Is it gonna try and eat my ass when I come back as well? Please don't. Please don't. It's okay. I surrender. I surrender. I think we're fine. I think we're Gucci. He's forgotten about me now. I died. Okay. Oh. My body tensed up so much it gave me a headache. Why can games do that to you? Not even real life, just in a game, you get jump scared and then your body acts like it's dying. It's like, oh, it's over. We just died. Back in the Chalice dungeons. What are you getting from the Chalice dungeons? Okay, what am I up to? Oh, that's right. I need to make a bucket. So I can go get fish. Make a bucket, get fish. Saw it teleported right in front of you and the sim surprise motherfucker played in my head. That's literally what happened. You know what? You've given me the idea to edit the clip now. That's gonna be in the clip. That exact meme. I'm gonna freeze frame it. Oh, I came out of that mining trip with 2 iron. 2. Actually, maybe... Yeah, I got some extra for the advancement. Let's go. Bucket. Water. Fish. Profit. Awesome, I did the thing. Okay, you can go now. Bye! Back to the ocean with you. Let's take this water back though, just in case. Blood gems. Fuck yeah. Do you know it's actually possible to take your own screenshot? If you get irradiated a shit ton, your body will take its own x-ray? Yeah, no thank you. I'm okay. I'm okay. I don't need to take my own screenshot, I think. Had to take a hiatus from Minecraft because the spiders kept jump scaring me. I remember when I first started playing Minecraft, like, not long after it first came out, because I was a kid, I was so shit scared of the sound the zombies made. Like, I was terrified. And I couldn't play it by myself because the sound the zombies made just scared me so much. Oh, I need a pebble and I need shells. What's this down here? OR filter. Oh, ore filter. I was like, OR filter? Let's see how fast the human my creator mind decided to say surprise, motherfucker. Okay, so I need dye baskets and then dyes, and then that's how I get that. Okay. Okay. Over long rectangular ass prism leg ass. I also don't fuck with spiders. Spiders are scary, especially big ones in video games. I don't need this. Grass. Bush. Put those away. Let's see what hats I get. The fuck was that? A chalk stick. Grandma disguise? Oh yeah. I am the Rizzler. This is the rizziest outfit I've ever seen. Hi, Grandma! Grandmama. I want to catch a bug. Wait, can I actually catch bugs with this? I've never tried. Have I seen a bug? Y'all seen a bug? Butterflies only? I can't remember if I've seen a butterfly yet. Big grass. What else can I do? Oh, I still need a bed. I still need a bed. Okay. We're going out into the darkness to find sheep. It's fine! Nothing bad's gonna happen. Maybe I'll use some of this leather I have to make some armor. Catch bug! Have to get ready for cinemas and Mackies. Yo, cinemas and Mackies! You'll have to let us know how the movie is. I know Nosferatu is like, that's like been a thing. I'm pretty sure it's got a previous movie. Is this like a sequel or is it a remake? It's one of the oldest movies ever? Oh shit. 1940s? I think I remember what he looks like in that movie, and he looks scary as shit. Isn't he like a vampire or some shit? He's a vampire, right? Or some vampire adjacent? It's gonna be your first horror movie? You proud of me? I am proud of you, Lime. I am proud of you. I'll have to watch it when it hopefully comes out on like Netflix or something. Because I've already been to the movies recently. We don't go to the movies very much. Because shit's expensive. So it's just gonna have to wait. 1922? And the novel was 1897? Fuck, that's old. It was a silent movie in 1922. Oh, that's right. It didn't have any noise. If I could afford it, I would live at the cinemas. I like comfortable cinemas. Like, if they've got really good seats, then I'm Gucci. But some cinema chairs are just so fucking uncomfortable for no reason. Like, I'm here to be comfy and watch movie. Who mentioned Nosferatu? I did, because I'm pretty sure you mentioned in Sable's chat that that was the movie that you were going to see, right? Yeah, I was lurking there pretty much the entire time. I saw everything. I'm scared! Wait, can I... Ow! Fuck off! I want to see if I can catch the fucking... glow bug. What are they called? Fireflies. Oh my god. I'm just trying to exist. Apparently I'm not allowed to exist outside. I really need to find a sheep. You thought you were being stalked? I mean, if you consider me lurking in someone else's chat, stalking. Never felt scared by anything in Minecraft? Yeah, but you're built different, Akaza. Accidentally cut up your crotch this morning. Maxine! No! You need to be careful! Girl! That's like the worst place to get cuts. Would sit in a popcorn-covered chair with spilled drink all over the floor if it meant being able to watch movies 24/7. I want a home cinema, because I don't want to deal with other people. Other people are what ruin it for me. If I had a home cinema, I'm living. I'm living the life. Comfy chairs, big screen, surround sound. Yeah, more of that in my own personal home. What am I cooking here? Fucking copper. Be daytime! I want to find sheep. Speaking of speeders. It's okay, I beat it up. I beated it up. It did. Where's my meat? There it is. Shaving is hard. I agree. I agree. Lime just wants to watch movies, and that is completely fair. That is completely fair. Surround sound for you is just headphones. Yeah, but like I wanna not have to wear headphones, you know? Like not have that weight on my head. I just want it to be there. You're just on your period. Real. Hello there, Aria. How you doing tonight? I hope you're well. Blood gem farming done. Onto radial blood gem. Wait, there's different kinds? It's just that the vacuous spider is easily more horrifying than anything in Minecraft. Oh yeah, Minecraft is like... The visuals aren't terrifying. I feel like the sounds... So the sound of Endermen gets me every time. They sound horrid. And then I don't like zombie noises either. Or spiders. They're all kinda... They're all kinda Get the fuck away from my house, you bitch. You know what? You know what? Come here. Oh, fuck. Oh. No, it's okay. I can handle this. Oh, there's 3 of them. Oh, there's 3. Wait. Hide behind the corner. Oh, were they fighting each other? Yes! Ow. Where did you come from? Go away! Go and fight your brethren! Okay. There's one down. Okay, he left. He leaved. Everything's fine! Everything's fine! See, I'm so good. I'm a god gamer. Of course you show up to embarrass me. Perfect timing! Yeah, shaving is a careful art. And it's one you have to do pretty much completely blind. Chat, this is my employer! What employer doesn't like to embarrass their employees? Drop something relevant into the memes? Fuck yeah. Let me look at this meme. Is time- I think time's still passing while I'm in there. The eternal ice scream! I scrumped! Eating my hands. Oh my god. Okay. This is what talked me into seeing Nosferatu. Real. You know what? Valid. Valid. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people thirsting after Nosferatu. So many. So many. It's an epidemic. Look at Rom the vacuous spider. Unless you have trypophobia. I do have trypophobia. Thank you for that little spoiler warning there. I will not go and look at that spider. Thank you very much. She was an actual meme just about the movie. Yeah, Sun Tzu Art of Shaving. Unpaid moderator. Mods really doing God's work for free. It's an Asian I approve bread. That's an insane thing to say. You coming with me? I would, Lime. So what I learned to not accidentally move the razor sideways? Yeah, no, don't do that. You must be careful with the razor. It is in fact sharp. Alright guys, let's place bets on how far I'm gonna have to walk before I find a fucking sheep. Is it gonna be...
Enemies you should avoid looking at in Bloodborne if you have trypophobia or amygdalas, Rom the vacuous spider and possibly the winter lanterns and gardens of ice.
I appreciate that, Akaza. Yeah, no, I've had to... This was years ago, but I've had to yell at someone before in a Discord. It wasn't my Discord, it was like someone else's Discord. But they like put a picture of... it was obviously an edited, like, photoshopped picture of someone's hand with a bunch of holes in it, and I was like, can you please put that in the NSFW chat? It, like, is nasty as fuck. And then they didn't, and I was like, motherfucker. It was like a 15-year-old or something, and I got so triggered. I was like, I asked you nicely, please. Or, like, spoiler the image or some shit. I don't want to see it. Was it just a TikTok me? Yeah, no, it's such a weird thing to be grossed out by, so I get it. Two people screaming together as it echoes around the entire building! You'd walk 500 miles and another 500 miles. I would walk 500 miles just to find a fucking sheep. There's ducks! Wait, don't I need a duck egg or something? Isn't that one of the quests? I don't know if I've, like... Thank you! See, Maxine's so good at this. So good at praising me. Quack! I just want a sheep. Is that a sheep? They're pigs. 'Cause, 'They're 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 pigs. 'Cause, On Frog, why is it so hard to find a sheep? I don't even know how many I need. I think I have like 1 wool or some shit. Why are we Why are we sussing? You said dealing with me with the praise kink. Hey, I just like to be praised. I don't get any sexual gratification for it. I just like being told I'm doing a good job, okay? It makes me feel better. Amalgamation of limbs? Yum. Unfrog! Why are we calling me out? Shit, I need more food. Might as well get some more food while I'm here, I guess. Murr. Boy. How far am I gonna have to fucking go? I just want some wool. At this point, I'm better off killing spiders and getting string and just making it myself. Rockfish? Like the poisonous kind? Oh, that's a stonefish. Is that a sheep? That's a sheep. Bro, did you make that noise? Ew. Me too. That's a skeleton. I'm going around. Oh, I thought that was iron, but it's copper. Didn't even say anything. Oh, I already read that. I'm fucking hallucinating. I swear I saw the unfrog blink. It is not an animated emote, so if you saw it blink, then I don't know what to tell you. There's sheep. I found sheep. Sheep! Give me your wool. Thank. Okay. I think I have one left at the, like, one... Ooh, emerald! Oh, there's a spawner in there! I'm scared. What kind of spawner is it? I don't have any torches with me. Hold on. Create a waypoint. Spawner. Spawn these nuts! Okay, I'll be coming back here. I'll be coming back for you. You're baited by copper? Real. All the time. There is some iron up there though, and I want it. I would like to have it, please. And I can finally make a bed. Hopefully. I think I have one left at... Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh. Come. Oh. Pog. Bro just dropped an iron ingot for me. Let's go. Stop voguing every time it plays. This song is... It's so cunty. I love it. Get the grass out of here. Bottom should be shamed and degraded. Wow. I thought we had praise kinks, not degradation kinks. Someone's tried that on me before, and I did not like it. Someone's tried degrading me before, and I was not a fan. I was like, nah, this ain't it, chief. This ain't it. Not for me. Not for me. Exactly, what happened to praise? Bring that back. People can have both. Oh yeah, no, I know that. I just don't. This is a hell of a mountain. What the fuck? Why am I going up here? I'm going up here just to be like, I'm on top of the world. That's it. Hatsune Miku on top of the world. I am so tall! Oh, and there's a gay bee up here too. He's vibing. Cum stone, literally. Okay, now I need to get down without taking any damage. Only accept degradation mixed with praise. I just don't want to be degraded at all. It make me sad. I will cry. I will cry. You think I can make it into the water? I think I can. Oh, there was water underneath as well. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. Look at that. I'm so good. Remember that season of America's Next Top Model where they asked the finalists to do pretend boxing and she came out making square shapes around her? I do not remember that, no. Although, to be fair, I don't think I've ever actually watched America's Top Model. America's Next Top Model. So, that's probably why. If I get back there and there's... I don't have a third piece of wool, I'm gonna be so sad. So my mum the screenshot of someone's dad saying, "Who's Hatsune Miku?" And she replied, "But who is Hatsune Miku?" And I cried! Real. What do you mean, who's Hatsune Miku? What do you mean? Should I take blue? Blue. We're saved. There's another sheep on the way. There's also a snail. Where's the sheep? It says I'm on top of it. Is that the sheep? Why do you look like that? No! Why is it brown? Why are you brown? Get rid of the wheat. The wheat seeds. Am I heading back home? The answer is no. This is home over here. Let's put a waypoint. Let's put a waypoint, shall we? So that I can start heading in the correct direction. Me, it's okay. There's a sheep on the way back. This was in fact not the way back. It's okay, we're Gucci. When you do a Souls playthrough, I recommend staying far away from Bloodborne. I mean, I feel like I could deal with it as long as I'm not, like, constantly staring at it. I think I'll be fine. Like, if I'm just beating it up. Maybe. Quote from I love from a YouTuber I watched as a kid. The best name he ever heard was his high school best friend whose last name was Stains. And the only reason it was funny was a teacher interrupting class and shouting, "Come Stains in my office!" Oh no. Oh, that is so sad for that person. Oh. I would have been changing my last name pronto. Stat. ASAP. Hatsune Mike. With an E. Man, I love Hatsune Mic. They're my favorite Vocaloid. Oh, I'm just eating raw meat now. Nah, we're good. I need to make it back alive. Hatsune Mike. Eating raw meat is your native language? Really? That's scary. Do you also speak salmonella poisoning? Oh, I get you. Ow, fuck. It's fine, it's fine. We're gonna make it. 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 Not that kind of meat. Yeah. Yeah, I'm silly. I'm silly goofy. Love mods that add articulated legs to spiders. Yeah, it makes them even creepier. Even more spider-esque. No! Come on, I don't want to die! I'm almost there! I'm almost there. Leave me alone. Come on. Come on. It's right there. It's right there. Around the bushes. There's a creeper. Oh my god! Holy shit, I made it. I made it. It's okay. Fuck, there's no wool! It's okay. It's okay. We've got brown. We have brown. I just need to make, like, white dye with, a bone. White. Where's my oak? I did it. I finally did it. Apologize when I'm not eating it. Amygdalas can't be seen at all unless you have 40 inside. Oh, wait, what? There's monsters that you can't even see unless you have a certain amount of stat points? Can they still hurt you even if you can't see them? I need food. How do I make the coins again? Coin. Coin. I need a block. I'm gonna make so many coins. So when I was made to sing Hey There Delilah in front of the whole class, oh, why were you made to do that? Why were you made to do that? That seems very cruel. And unnecessary. Like grab you and inflict frenzy. Oh, okay. Insight's a type of currency. Sorry. Doing music class that year was a mistake. That's crazy. Like, just because you're doing music class doesn't mean you want to sing in front of people. Maybe, like, play an instrument, but not fucking sing. Okay. Put that in there. Give me my hat. Baseball cap. Probably should have done the iron first. Okay, what? I need to go find pebbles. And shells and shit. Actually, you know what I need first is to cease dying. Might be a good idea to grow some wheat. For bread. Got to make some bread. I'll make a bunch. Just do a little bit. Just a little bit. Chose to sing because I can't instrument. Oh boy. But I feel like I was like, maybe you could fuck up playing an instrument and people would just sort of accept it. But then I don't know. I think that's the reason that I elected not to take music class, because I didn't want to be forced to do like solo performances in front of the class. I was way too scared to do that. Seeing heaven as a place on earth in front of your whole class, except you panicked and got all the lyrics. No! Teacher wouldn't let you try again? That's so sad! Fuck that teacher. For real, on frog. That's so mean. You were just trying to live your best diva life. Pebble and a rosette shell. Now you find pebble. If I were a pebble, where would I be? Quite possibly on the ground. With other rock. Nope, that's a stick. I thought it was a pebble. These don't turn into pebbles, do they? No, they just, they turn into rock. It's a shell. Grass. So much grass. Lime karaoke stream when chat would die of orgasms. Group karaoke stream when, and then we can all like build up our confidence, and then we're good, and then we just sing and have fun, you know? I'm right here. Yeah? You gonna let me eat you for sustenance so that I don't die? Okay, there's food. I'm gonna continue looking for the pebble once I've gotten some food, so that I'm not on 2 fucking hearts. I also like singing. I'm just too scared to sing in front of other people. Except now I'm even more of a diva. They thought they could squash you. Yeah, rise above. Don't let them dull your flame. Every for years, but it still sound like broken violin strings. Lime, I'm sure you sound beautiful. Oh, I was in the choir. Like, I enjoyed choir, but I can't sing solo in front of people. If I'm in a choir, it's different, because I'm like singing with other people. But if it's like solo, I'm scared. I'm terrified. You just sing while in VTuber mode. We can't judge it, but you can judge me. I have done something of, it wasn't a karaoke stream, it was a karaoke, like, it was in Discord, it was just like me singing in Discord, because it was one of the rewards from last Rathmas, actually. And I was too scared to, like, actually do it on stream. And I also don't know how to do it on stream without getting copyright striked. Because I've heard that you can't do karaoke streams. They frown upon that. So I was like, if I put it in my title that I'm doing a karaoke stream, then what if I get banned? Also, welcome in, Luxie. How you doing today? I hope you're well. I think I've also learnt about myself that I can match pitch okay. Like, I can sing along with a song, but as soon as I'm given the karaoke version that's just the instrumentals, I, like, fall apart. Yeah, they bonked people, and I'm too scared to get bonked. If I get bonked, I will cry. It says squash! Squash! Nah, it's okay. You can still smash. Maxine, when. That could be the case, Yuffie. I am not sure. Also, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. But yeah, I just was too scared to even attempt it, just in case. And then also, I don't want the judgment. Like, doing it in Discord meant that I was able to predict the people that would be there. There wasn't gonna be any new people, it was just gonna be people that were already part of the community. But, like, people can be mean. People can be nasty on the internet, and I am too much of a little piss baby to deal with people being mean. Oh. Why is my activity scrolled all the way down? Thank you so much for the follow, Tani. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's my pebble. Covered in paper, pray that you primed the wall in the right places. White on white is oh boy. Are you painting like a house? Painting a room in a house? Did anyone else hear that? What is that? Oh, it's a bird. It's a bird dwelling. Okay. I shit myself. That was so fucking scary. Holy fuck. He's here! Get the camera! Oh, that was scary. Hated that. Hated that. Hit him with the, you nasty! I wish I could just do that to people being mean to me. Just, like, be like, you nasty, and then move on. But my brain, like, it's the rejection sensitivity dysphoria. Like, I can't deal with it. Woke up way too early, so now you have to wait for the day to begin. Oh no. I hate when that happens. It gives you time to just vibe, though, before the day begins. That's the one good thing about it. Beaten to death with a metal pipe. Is it making metal pipe noises? It should be making metal pipe noises. We have Springles meet up for nice stuff. Springles, sperm wringles. Stream Deck that removes the game audio from the VOD on command. Oh! That's actually really cool. That's the CIA! Oh my god, that... No thank you. I don't want to go down there yet. I just want a pebble! Surely there's a pebble over here somewhere. It's all rock. It's all rock. Actually, this is where I started. There's a pebble! Gimme. Yay! Da-da-da-da-da-da! Give me that carrot. Give me that. Oh no. A fruity pebble? Yep, that's what that is. I'ma eat it. Oh shit, I threw it. You can throw them? Piss off. I'll stone you. I missed. Run. Ah! Whee! Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. They'll never catch me. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers. Oh my god, what are you doing here? This is my house. You may not rest now. There are monsters nearby. Suck my monster. Thank you so much for the hydrate bread. I need that. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. Killing as fuck for an hour and you've only got 3 gems? No! If you set OBS stream output settings to advanced, I do have, like, currently my Spotify is on a track that doesn't get picked up by the VOD. So when my VOD gets uploaded, there's no music on it. But I don't know how to do that for, like, YouTube. I didn't set it up. Zeph and Sable set it up. I didn't set it up, so I actually don't know how it works. And I'm honestly too scared to find out. Do it for any? Do I just have to put it in that source? You gotta rest. That's all good, Bread. Get you some sleep. Thank you for hanging out. We can't better give out. No, not allowed. CIA crow noise. Just untick one of the audio tracks. I don't know what that means.
I hate the gray fucks with metal pipes. The gray fucks with saws are cool though.
Yeah? Saws sound cool. I didn't realize there were saws in fucking Dark Souls. Drawing, yeah? You're drawing her. Drawing a surprise. Oh fuck yeah, I can sleep now, let's go. Yes, have the best sleep, Bread. Have good honk shoes. Haven't done my first 3 nights yet. I do need a backpack. I do need a backpack. Backpack. Oh, that's an easy one to make. Significantly better than whatever the fuck that is. No thank you. And these fucking backpack tanks. Eat my backpack tank. How about that? Yeah, no, I like easy backpack. Easy backpack. Wait, why? What is happening? I want the RISP. Okay, so that's small backpack, hiker's backpack, and it has sleeping bags in it. And then wanderer backpack. What makes it a wanderer backpack? Playing British Dark Souls. Sure you want on the couch. I wish it's worse. Just looks. Oh, okay, so it doesn't actually change the function of it. Does the hiking backpack have more space, or is it just the addition of the sleeping bag? MILF! MILF is held for misogyny reasons? She didn't ask. This is hilarious to me. It's okay. You will see the masterpiece eventually. Why be a MILF when you can be a LILF? A lime I'd like to fuck. Okay, let's make... Oh, I don't have any more wool, and I also don't think I have enough leather. Okay, that's what I need now. I need to find wool. I need wool and I need leather. Maybe I'll go over there, see what's see what's over there. Let's build a boat. Going to put shit away because there is too much happening here. A bunch of this shit is just gonna get thrown out. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we're good. Let's put the shells back on the ground. Oh my god.
Egg.
Me too! What a series of events that was.
Make a chop-in. You can right-click throw out items you don't want, and in return it can drop a trash bag, which is a loot bag that can literally drop any item in the entire game.
Fuck yeah, give me that. Wait, is it called a trap? I think it's just called bin. Bin. Cabinet. I mean, there's a... Is it this one? The furniture bin? Okay. And it's just iron nuggets. Hell yeah. Can make that now. Oh. What you gonna say? What do I get? 2 of them? Bin. Let's test it out. Hell yeah. Oh, it's like a composter! Exist only to trigger auto mod. Yeah. Lil Effa? Excuse me, Lime? Just out here trying to flirt with me every stream, and every stream I say the dumbest shit in response. It keeps the dynamic going. Feels it drops a trash bag and it's a chance. Fuck yeah. Hey, it's better than me just throwing stuff into a lava pit, which is what I was going to do. What can I do with these? Is it saying I can make hats with the feathers? Yay, non-binary flag. Throw the bin in the bin. I bet. Thank you for the large big brain, dingus. That's literally me. I'm on vacation. It's boat time. Boaty McBoatface. Acting like a slut in theory whilst being a fuckable void of matter in practice. Maxine being hot, period. On frog. On frog. Can the bin be automated? Why do you need to automate a bin? Just throw shit in it. Can you automate the bin? Lately I've been, like, going to bed at fucking, like, 9 PM. So this is, like... I've turned into a grandma recently. Don't know what happened. So I think it's because I had to get up at a decent time on the weekend, so I'm just like, you know what, I guess I'm gonna be a grandma for the rest of this week. I'm gonna be a grandma for the weekend, so that I can be up at the right time. And it worked! How do we get on my period again? You've been going to bed at 9 PM too? Our sleep schedules are synced! You know how AFAB people's periods sync? Our sleep schedules are synced. Guys, it's a bear. You think I can take on the bear? Is that the fur I need for those other backpacks? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh, he's chonky. Oh, he's chonky. Oh, he does a lot of damage. Heh. I win. He didn't drop shit! Rude? What a waste. Thank you for the gigantic emote, dingus. We dancing. We dancing. OMG, Halson! Real. There's like a rainbow sheen on the beehive. Gay beehive! All hail the gay beehive. I need food and I need sheep. Like now. Right now. I'm gonna fucking die. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. So really left his mark on the honey baker? Yeah. He
when
left
get
the
back
gay.
on Minecraft time, I have to build a cobble gen and kill some withers.
Fuck yeah. Get that cobblestone on Frog. Needy sheep. Could I have made some shears? Absolutely. But I didn't. Instead, I just be murdering sheep. Give me your wool. Give me your snin. There's my home over there. Beef! The beef is running away. Okay, I want to get back before it's dark because I'm gonna get breathed on by a skeleton and I'm just gonna pass away. Gay bee! You're gonna end up biting Maxine! Girl! Can't just be saying shit like that. You're gonna make someone feel some type of way. What in the bedroom? Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna go around. Hello! Hey, Scary! Thank you for the check-in. Okay, I'm gonna dump my boat and I'm gonna run. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Step 1, don't fall in the lava. We made it! Okay. Alright, So, what... Backpack. This one, just a single wool string. Oh, I didn't get enough leather! Heck. Gonna make some meat, though. Gonna make some meat! Doesn't have to be in the bedroom! Could be on the couch! There's blankets on the couch, right? You're supposed to turn me on in the middle of Ranger's monologue! See how my monologue? My monologuing. Is that all streams are? Monologuing? The laundromat! You can finally leave! You're finally free, Akaza! The dry cleaners! Tempted to ruin the middle of conversations and do emote only? Imagine. No, you just should, Dingus. No warning, just, it's time for emotes. Don't you fucking... Put that back. Put that shit back. Yay, I did the first 3 nights quest. Let's go. Give me. Catch 10 fishies. I should have picked up some of that chalk while I was, like, where all that chalk was. Should I go try and find a village? The chalk location. I was on an entire mountain that was, like, covered in chalk. Emote fuck! Not the emote sex. When you fucking hieroglyphics. Find love in TikTok comments and the creator to- Rude. Maxine, that's like anti-cupiding. Okay, what have I got on me that I do not need? That. On my hat. My freaking... There's another thing. I need to take that with me. I need to take that with me. I don't need that. That can go. In the bin. In the bin. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's happened. It's happened. Oh my fucking god, it's perfect! The t-shirts? Pure art. Pure fucking art. Should I show it on stream? Should I show it off? Should I give it the attention it deserves? I love how it's called I Hate Myself. Hold on. I'd refrain? Why? 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 Give me one good reason why I should refrain. The burger restaurant works, let's go! Get them burgies. I have come, I can mail you. I just joined your Discord. It's not in that Discord, it's in like a private Discord with just me, Sable, Zeph, and my fiance. Oh, come on, Zeph. Can I please show it? Can I please? Can I please? Can I please? It's beautiful. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. Show us now. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. You might get mad at me. That's what you're gonna do. You get mad at me. I can't deal with people being mad at me. Where the fuck did I save it? Perfect. Oh my god, okay. That's a little teaser. A little teaser. So, for context, earlier, we were talking about our partners getting pregnant for us. And I said, imagine if Zeph and Henry is my fiance, Zeph is Sable's fiance, got pregnant at the same time and they were like pregnancy besties. And that's where this came from. I love it so much. This is perfect. I couldn't have envisioned it better. Not the fucking ads! I didn't even see them coming. For context, I said something. The shirts are great. It's okay, people in the ads, you won't miss out. It's still gonna be here when you get back. What was Henry's reaction? I have never wanted to leave a chat so badly. Is this what they call hetero rage? Henry, what does that even mean? Hetero rage? We have to bring up boy wife. Yeah, this is what happens when you bring up boy wives. Yeah, that's actually how it started, is Maxine saying that Henry had boy wife energy. So this is what we get from that. I love it so much. It's going on a luscious wall. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna print it out and hang it up. I'm gonna print it out and frame it for Henry. He's gonna love it. He's gonna hate it. He'll be so mad. Yeah, Jobs, do you like this? It's perfect. It's perfect. I'm waiting for the ad break to end. We're just having this here until the ad break ends. We can't have people in ads missing out on this masterpiece. The side of the bed, don't tell him, I hope he notices. Glue it on the sticky tape it on the ceiling. I'll like above his side of the bed, I'll like blue tack it to the ceiling above his head. And then when he lays down, he'll stare lovingly up at this beautiful, like, this fantasy even. Birth besties.
Wrong, hang it above the bed headboard, so the next time you guys fucking Henry has to look at that.
And then he has to imagine himself empreg. What a thought to make you come. What a thought to finish you off. Reach that climax. I love Seth's nose, it's IRL accurate! Wild. It is a good shape. It's a good nose. Welcome back from ads. Here you go. Here's this. You're welcome. I hope you love it as much as I do. Just as soon as I'm gonna get ready for the cinemas, now you gotta think about this during Nosferatu. Empreg Nosferatu. Oh my fucking god. This is perfect. The cum reverses and makes him pregnant because of the picture. How do you self-pregnate? Bro is fucking self-pollinating now. Nah, no apologies. This was perfect. This was what everyone needed to just finish their day or start their day. There's probably people here that are just starting their day. If you are, you're welcome. 10 minutes on it, 10 minutes more. It's wonderful. Haven't you seen who the... Isn't it fucking, Willem Dafoe or some shit? Or am I incorrect? I don't know. I love the vibe here. What, Empreg vibes? I'm glad you do, Tiny. Has said before that he would do an Empreg roll if That's crazy. Imagine saying that. Oh yeah, by the way, just if someone was looking for someone to do an Empreg roll, I'm your guy. Never been so thoroughly disturbed. Nah, he secretly loves it. He secretly loves it. He's secretly jorking it right now. Jorking his peanuts. Self-empreg like a barnacle! Exactly. Exactly. Okay, fuck. What was I needing to go look for? You know what I need first is a not stone sword. Stone sword in the trash. In the trash. I got iron now, bitch. And on that note, you gotta sleep and dream about it. Enjoy your sweet Empreg dreams, Maxine. Thank you for hanging out. Has that always... Okay, I just realized that I need to change the emote that Springlebot uses for Lurk. This merch poster! Fuck yeah! You killed- he finally stopped moaning! Congratulations, Akaza. You get an Empreg poster, and you get an Empreg poster! Everyone gets Empreg posters! Sable has too much time, incredible imagination skills, and the ability to be based about everything, including Empreg. There's everything positive about it. What do you mean? Single tier. Thank you for giant single tier emote, Dingus. Chicken. Oh my god. Oh, my face hurts from laughing. Do a merch giveaway, not say what merch, and just give everyone Empreg posters and nothing else! Perfect. Wonderful idea. It's stored in the brain bank. I'll do it when everyone least expects it. I'll let everyone forget about the Empreg poster. I'll leave it long enough that everyone forgets about it. And then I'm just gonna randomly announce a giveaway, and then that's exactly what's gonna happen. Yeah? So it's canon then! This is a core memory! Wow, a core memory! Oh, I love it here. I love it here. This is why I do this. For moments like these. I know I've seen it, but now everyone in chat knows it's canon. They empregged each other. The one time I watched a stream where someone made an empreg post and they passed they're their best friend's partner. What a wonderful memory. I've been watching cat TikTok. Yeah? You've been watching cat TikToks? Nah, it's time for empreg. But it's beautiful! It's a work of art! It's a work of art. Empreg shirt of that, but in a men's cut, but made of that super stretchy maternity shirt. But it's beautiful! I'm up here to get this fucking chalk. Oh, my face hurts. Yeah, all that. I was so sleepy. I need like 3 sleeps. I am at least 3 sleep G's. Fuck. Can I just punch it? No. Short answer, no. Long answer, it won't drop anything. Well, this was fun. I don't know how much I need. I hope it's that much. You having an answer attack? No! Get that puffer! Don't die on us now, geek! Should cat TikToks just enable able to start and finish an every
How long until I
piece in
forget I
full
drew this
color?
and then accidentally open the NSFW folder and see that image and regret ever existing?
I'd give it like a month, and you will have forgotten, and then give it another month after that is when you'll open it up and you'll see it, and you'll be reminded of this day. And Zeph and Henry being birth besties. My phone died? Oh, thank God. Critias, you missed out on a masterpiece. Zeph is so happy about it. He's just thinking about it is too much. Exactly. I want to draw every porn comic just so you have a final scene that you don't have to draw. It's true love. It is. It truly is. It is the end goal of a bromance, is it not? They impregnate each other and then live happily ever after. A canon event, some would say. This is a canon event. And bring it up for 4 months and he'll be confused. Nah, he'll remember. He'll remember. Thank you so much for the follow, Gojo. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Come back to they impregnate each other. You're welcome, Scary. You missed out on some wonderful art. Zeph's a good egg, or rather his egg was so good that frogs demolished me! Why specifically frogs? Are you gonna think of a shipping name for Zephyr? That scared me. Zephyr. Hanaya. For a prize! But it's beautiful! What am I back here for? Oh, the fucking chalk. Oh. Yeah, give me that. Oh, because I died 5 times? Okay. But then I've killed 25 mobs, so... Oh. Give me my rewards. Where's my bag? Oh yeah, that's a look. Swapping the hat around. Burger! I want to be a burger. Guys, I'm a burger! I'm a burger! You like Zephyr? Okay, Zephyr it is. If we can think of Zeph Henry's shipping name, we can make the Embry poster be a better TTV emote! Killed a woman who was crying outside of the Invisible Infants boss arena. That is a sentence. To get a custom... Hey, I didn't create it. I'm also not the person in the image. Either of the people in the image. It's out of my hands. It never gets any less horrifying. Yeah, he wants to be friends. He's friend-shaped. What do you mean? Put that in there. Bogarath isn't real. She can't hurt you, Bogarath. Evil Bogarath. I sure hope this isn't evil Bogarath Bogo. I say unwrathingly. I'm so funny. What do you mean? Bath time for Tub! He is dirty. He does need bath. He's stinky. Okay, how the fuck do I make... How do I make the chalk? Huh? Oh, I buy it? Wait. Just hold on a second. Chalk. You have to mine it. I've got a chalk block. But then how do I turn it into a stick? Oh, stone cutter. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Clean the Ringos. Yeah, no, I got the block. I found the block. White chalk. But I need a stone cutter. Aren't they, like, not hard to make? Yeah, okay. That's easy. Oh, this one. I was gonna draw in Minecraft in 16 dye colors. Chalk dust on blocks that has 33 patterns. Yo. Place a dot pattern or a saved pattern. Thank you for the love. You killed an infant. Yeah. Good job, Akaza. Gotta go get ready. Enjoy your movie, geek. Thank you for hanging out. I hope it's good. And enjoy your Mackies too. Well, thank you for the hydrate. Right click with chalk stick. Let's go. I'm gonna draw a penis. I'm gonna draw a penis. That's what I'm gonna do. Flower pots can be dyed. Lotus pistils. Piss. You get bleach dew from interacting with an empty hand on the fully bloomed lotus flower. Breaking a fully bloomed lotus flower will not drop bleach dew, but will give you the... Oh. So I need sniffers to find it. Damn. Oh, shit. But I think this one just needs... Oh, that's how you bleach the chalk. Okay. You're the one that did, like, Sky... No, that's, Maxine does Skyblock. Oh, Bulldog, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry that I missed you there. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Won't be as cinematic as Mpreg. Nothing could be as cinematic as Mpreg. That's what I missed when my phone died. Yeah, you probably got saved, honestly. Nah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So I love the first scene. I'm gonna repeat this quite loudly. Well, what else am I supposed to draw with some chalk? What else am I to draw? Other than peanuts? Welcome in, Empirics. I hope you're doing well today. Wait, so how does one find sniffers? Where do they exist? If that's the only way I can find this- Wait. Actually, there's a shop. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I can buy it. Hell yeah. I would so much rather do that. Welcome in, Reverie. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. You went back and looked at- Oh. Oh. Oh boy. Did you enjoy? Did you enjoy? I'm just gonna shove that there, and then... I wanna... What? Where's my fucking chalk stick? Thank you so much for the follow, Reverie. I am a friendly little chibi. Friendly little orange chibi. Eggs are in suspicious sand and gravel, which... Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I was just gonna be able to... Where the fuck is the fucking stick? It just says I have to put it in the stone... It just says I have to put it in the stone cutter. I'm doing that. The only thing that's showing up is my fucking stairs and slab. Thank you for the love and the pets. Spawn naturally, you have to find their eggs by brush. Oh, okay. Never find any sus sand or gravel. Does it, like, look different? Spans and stuff so you can ride them. Yo, use them as mounts. How the fuck am I supposed to
Which
get
blood echo
this
farming
stick?
method should I use? Murdo's pig fisting route or the cum dungeon?
Cum dungeon. Cum dungeon all the way. Trying to think. Trying to think of what else I could do to try and get this stick. Is that the only way you can get the chalk sticks? And Geek's just left as well, because Geek was the one that was speedrunning, so if he's been able to get that quest, then he's had to have gotten a chalk stick. It's a nice but funny drawing. It sure is. He sure is. Fisting woke me up. Call that therapy favor. Imagine being jump scared by hearing the word fisting. That's all good. It's probably something I'm doing wrong, honestly. Alright, what else? Ooh. Ugh. Where else can I need to go and find a village, is what I need to do. Horse girl vibes! Hey, I didn't say the fisting. Akaza said the fisting. I ain't got nothing to do with that. Okay, let's... I feel like I've got enough stuff with me. I'm going to head down that way and hope for a village. I should get a backpack first. I should get a backpack first, and then probably also have the hiker's backpack that has the sleeping bag in it. Oh, I need to make the original backpack first anyway. Oh! Okay, I'm just gonna walk. This is where I always find the eggs. Someone will have to mention if they see suspicious sand or gravel, because I don't know what it looks like. Doesn't include a sleeping bag. Oh, it's just cosmetic. Okay. Okay, got you. Damn, imagine it making you create a fucking sleeping bag and it not being functional. What? Oh, it's the bees. The bees. Ow. Where the fuck did you come from? It's functional, just not in the oh, okay. But the one that you craft into the backpack isn't functional. It's just there for looks. Give me that leather. Okay, yeah, that'll be... That's enough leather. Need 6. Then I can make backpack, and then I can carry more things. Looks like regular sand or gravel, but it's sussy. What does that even mean? What does that mean? What makes it sussy? Usually something is sussy because it, like, looks slightly different. Or it exists somewhere where it shouldn't. Pixels different? Oh boy. Okay, so... And then wool. Backpack! 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 Backpack, 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 backpack. Looking at it and you're not sure if it's regular sand or gravel, it's sussy! I mean, I just see something that looks like sand or gravel and I'm like, oh yeah, that's sand or gravel. Pet that tub, tub gets pets. He just a baby. Okay, it's village time. meat. I like doing the exploring quests. They're my favorite ones. I hope I'm heading in the... I am not heading in the direction that I thought I was, but it is okay. I feel like this is still fine. Yeah, I like finding different biomes. Bamboo! Goddamn bamboo. It was just a random broken stick of bamboo, and I picked it up. Actually, that I am gonna collect some while I'm here, just in case I need some scaffolding at some point. I fucking hate scaffolding personally. I understand its uses. I just find it a pain in the ass to use, but just in case I need it. Bamboo is peak fuel. Ooh, another good reason to collect bamboo. Just in case I run out of coal. Okay, I'll keep going this way. Personally use lava? I mean, why not? There's always so many hills. I am not a parkour master. I do not want to parkour up hills all the time. But alas, that is what must happen. There's an owl hooting. Ugh! Birdhouse! Okay, that owl hooting is kind of terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. You love my music taste? Oh, thank you, Tiny! I appreciate the compliment a lot. I've always been sort of self-conscious of the music that I like, but so I'm always happy when someone says that they like the music that I play. And I've handpicked all the songs, like, on my stream playlist. They're all songs from my liked songs, but I've gone through my liked songs and, like, got the right vibes, you know? I gotta pick out the music that has the best vibes, because there's some music in my liked songs that's probably not the correct vibes. It's more sad, and I don't put that in the stream playlist, because I want everyone to be energetic and happy. Not to shuffle. Fuck, I'm gonna die. Can it be daytime already, please? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. But I hate someone's music no matter what. Yeah, I think it stems from back in primary school, it's trauma from literally primary school. Back in primary school, everyone knew songs that I didn't because everyone else was listening to like the more modern radio stations and usually had like iPhones or whatever, and they were like had phones and shit, and they were like listening. I don't fucking know. I think it was mostly down to radio station, like their parents were listening to more modern music, so they knew all this modern music, but my family oh shit, that is not a village, that's not a village, that is actually not a fucking village. That's not a village. Run away. Leave. 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 Oh my god. He's got a taste for my blood. He took a whiff of my pheromones and now he won't leave me alone. Oh. Fuck ass. No, I mean, I was gonna continue going that way anyway.
Ronga wanna hear the bullshit way you get the tier 3 moon rune in Bloodborne?
Sure, why not? People had iPhones in your primary school makes me feel old, yeah. But yeah, basically, because my parents listened to older music, I only knew older music, so when people were like, oh, what kind of music do you like? And I would mention, like, when I say older music, I mean shit like Queen and stuff around that era. And all these other fucking 12-year-olds would be like, ew, what's that? Because that's not the music they were listening to. It wasn't that they didn't like it, they just didn't know what it was. Like I mentioned Queen or like AC/DC or fucking, other artists. Oh, one of the artists that my dad used to like that was a little more obscure was Wolf Mother. And some of their songs. And everyone would be like, what the fuck is that? Ew. So I just never used to mention what kind of music I listened to because I didn't want the judgment. Hello there, Kushal. I just fucking died. That's what's up. It's question of the wisdom. Okay, it was either jump off the cliffs or get killed by the pillager. I didn't expect to run headfirst into a zombie. Queen is amazing. Exactly. Standard gameplay, yeah. I'm just wondering if I... Surely if I wake up and I'm quick enough, I can run all the way there. And grab my stuff. I mean, the problem is gonna be the pillagers, but... I just want to get my stuff back. I just want my shit. Fuck off. Get away from me. You too. Oh. This game wants me dead! It wants me dead! Oh my god. Let me live. Let me live. The fact that you would get judged for not knowing their music, but not that they would be for not- Yeah, exactly, like... I think it came from a place of, like, I mean, I still am, sort of, but... having very low self-confidence and low self-esteem was sort of my situation in primary school, so I just automatically felt, like, worse about myself and thought more about how it reflected on me than how it reflected on them. Because my brain was like, you're the worst! Upper Cathedral Ward. Contact gesture. You go to school... Trying to read Akasa's message and jump up this fucking wall. Okay. Go to the School of Minzy, kill Mechalash, take the elevator. The elevator's going. While the elevator's going down, pass through Winterland and to a level that drops the. That's complex. That is hella complex. Yeah, like that's the thing with most art forms, is that everyone's going to have a different, like, taste in art forms. Especially music. So I don't know. I know it's silly to feel self-conscious about music taste, but yeah, that's just how I've always been. So kind of slowly not doing that. Yeah. I'm learning. I'm learning. Growing up is learning that it's okay to like different things. And it's not... It is not the... Liking the same things as other people is not the be-all and end-all. Again, it's the rejection sensitivity dysphoria. If someone doesn't like the things that I like, I immediately am like, okay, guess I should just fall off the face of the earth then. I'm the worst person in existence. Yeah, it comes with age. The not giving a fuck, definitely, Empirics. If I could go back to my past self, to my younger self, I'd be like, you need to stop giving so much of a shit about what other people think about you. Especially because all those people that I was worrying about what they thought about me, I haven't seen them in years. They're not on my radar at all. They've got nothing to do with my life. They were not important. Because they were just other people. Yeah, definitely, Dingus. I get you. And being worried that you liking something that someone else doesn't like, or not liking something that someone else likes, will mean that they will abandon you, or not want to be your friend or whatever. Which, honestly, anyone that's like that is probably not worth having as a friend anyway. If everyone was the same, the world would be very boring. It would. It would be boring if everyone liked the same things. Because then you wouldn't have people creating new things as well. Because if everyone just already liked what existed, then there might be very little inspiration to create new things. Exactly. People shouldn't, just because you like something that someone else doesn't like, or vice versa, shouldn't dictate whether you want to be friends with them. Yes, of course, a good deal of friendships, you build friendships upon shared interests and stuff like that, but just because you disagree on something doesn't mean that you shouldn't be friends. Unless, of course, it's something, big. Obviously, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about trivial things, like not liking a certain song, or not liking a certain artist or something, or their genre of music. You wouldn't know it was boring. That is actually a good point. You wouldn't know it was boring, because you wouldn't have anything to compare it to, I guess. I was into My Little Pony! Okay, but My Little Pony kind of slaps. I'll stand by that. I'll stand by that. Right, most self-loving things, loved ones used to think sloths were icky, but now you find them adorable because Zeph loves them, and now every time I see Snorlax, aww, yay! I got you to love Snorlax, my big boy. Big man. Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you, you see things in a new light if someone you love enjoys that thing. It's like when someone you love likes a song. You will always go and listen to that song, and you might like, even if it wasn't a song that you would have liked usually, you end up liking the song because it's special to the person that you love. They think about me and those are the people that would never use that against me. Exactly. I think that's a good way to be, Empirics. Appreciate your friends liking different things than you do. I think it's a good thing because it means you kind of diversify your tastes as well. You learn new things. You experience new things. Field in which I sow my fucks is barren. That's a great quote. Little me loved My Little Pony. I still think My Little Pony is awesome. I still think it's fucking cute. What the hell is that? What is that? Oh, it's one of the little flower endermen. Look how cute he is. Isn't there an advancement to kill them? To kill like one of each of them. He's so cute. Or get like, do they drop special ender pearls or something? So it is, I'm the best. Yeah, you are, Empirics. Liked My Little Pony when Twilight season started. Yeah, like, My Little Pony Friendship is Magic slaps. But I watched My Little Pony long before that. Like, I had some of the older My Little Pony movies. Find it real hard to dislike it or not love it. Exactly. You associate it with the person that you love. Exactly. A rivals comp match, but if I didn't care about what people thought of me, I would have transitioned sooner. And I feel like that's the case for a lot of people. Like, they don't embrace who they are because they're scared of how everyone else will perceive them. It's such a limiting way of thinking, but it is so human as well. 10 of each? Aww, I'm sorry, little guy. I'm sorry. I don't think he's attacking me. What? Huh? Where's he gone? Oh, there he is on the map. Come here, little fella. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I have to do this. Where is he? I'm sorry. Poor little guy. He was just hanging out. He wasn't even attacking me. He was just trying to run. My Little Pony watch party time? Hell yeah. We should. Now that we should watch together instead of Nosferatu. Real. Had the movie with the breezies in it. I think I had the same movie. I don't know, I have very vague memories of it, because this was, like, I haven't watched any of them in a long fucking time. I'm sorry, I didn't want to kill it, but I have to for the quests. If we're on a mission to complete all the quests, it has to be done. Actually not progress the game because I'm supposed to kill or destroy something I don't want to. Yeah, I get a bit like that sometimes. I don't want to kill the cute little Enderman, but I do want to progress. That's what this little series is. It's me completing all the quests, so that means I must commit heinous crimes against the cute little Enderman. Put a chalk block into a stone cutter. It gives me... Have arts and crafts chalk block? No, it's not. It's nature's spirit, so they're... Okay, that makes sense.
The field onto which I grow my fucks wasn't always barren, but it was never flourishing.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh fuck. Man, what do you mean there's different kinds of chalk? What do you mean? Me just running in directions. Any direction that takes me away from the skeletons. Oh, fuck. Ow. Ah! Fucking opera singer now. Okay, okay, okay. Does this look like normal gravel? I just want a village. Usually I find villages pretty quickly, but not today. Michael Jackson! Ah! Oh, the chalk block is the wrong one. Of course I found the wrong one. It was never flourishing. I feel like that's fire. That's probably a good way to be a Kaza. Life is easier when you don't give a fuck. Oh, it's in specific places? Right, okay. That makes it a little easier. I don't want to go too far away from where my house is.
In accordance with the law of equivalent exchange, in order to gain a fuck to give, I have to lose something first.
What do you have to lose? Yay, I found a new biome. That's a spider. That's a rhinoceros. I've only got raw meat. It's okay. It's better than nothing. Your sanity usually? Fair. Fair. You wake up pocket full of sunshine. I did not mean for that. I'm just trying to survive, you know? You ever just trying to fucking live in Minecraft? These are cute flowers. Orange. Orange. It's not like you're doing anything with your sanity anyway. You're sitting here chilling in stream. That's what you're doing with your sanity. Although, that being said, I feel like this stream does kind of strip a little bit of sanity away. Just sometimes. Just occasionally. Can it be daytime again, please? I'm scared. Go away! No! Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, it's over. Wait. Woo! At this point, I should just be digging myself into a hole. And just passing the night away. All I know how to do is fucking die. I just did not expect finding a village to be this difficult. I can hear a baby zombie following me. I'm shitsin'. I'm shitsin'. Go away! Leave me alone. Yeah, I'm better at parkour than you, zombie. Oh shit. No, we're fine. We're good. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, hell no. That's me right now. I did not mean to put that in my offhand. At least you don't get poisoned by eating the raw meat. Happy for that. Oh no. Did you build a base in my survival world? I'm gonna try and build a shulker. Yo! You guys have taught me that sanity is just another resource to use up. Games that have sanity systems are kind of fun, but also way more difficult than your regular game. Ooh. That is very green over there. I think it's a flower field or some shit. Flower forest. Ow. It is Sir Tubbington Chunks a lot. Of course. He's always here. Keeping me company. My little homie. My little baby. Oh, it's a spider. Get away from me. Oh my god. Is that a gum? How you doing today, Gum? I hope you're doing good. You're supposed to be working? Working's overrated. Why would you want to do that? Just came home? Heck yeah. Now you get to rest. Put your feet up. And watch me fucking die, because that's what's gonna happen here. No! No! I've died so many times. I'm trying not to die again. Ow. Oh, of course. Of course! That is a fucking drowned with a trident. Of course there is. Whereabouts was that? Not even in a spot where I'm like, okay, could we not with the fucking... I don't like this layered shit so that I can't see the ground. Can I... yeah, just turn it off for the time being. I'm not in the caves. I don't need it right now. It's not even... I went all the way down there. Fucking trident. I am petting a little Snorlax. His name is Sir Tubbington Chonks-a-lot, and he's my TTS pet. He's my baby. Welcome in, Teak. I hope you're having a wonderful day. The score's been settled. Ugh. Yeah, he's just under my hand. He's just a baby. Okay, I sleep, I go get my stuff. Okay. I just want a village. Why is this penis seed not giving me any villages? Little chunky baby. He is a little chunky baby. He's the best boy. He's based off of a plushie that I have. Because I have a plushie called Tubbington. And then I also have a smaller Snorlax plushie called Baby Tub. Which is like Baby Tubbington. Penis seed, yeah. The seed, in the Minecraft thing where it asks you to put in the seed. I type, what did it end up being? Come happiness, or something like that. Has penis in it. Come for happiness. Yeah, that's the one. Oh my goodness. Oh. Heck. I think once I go and grab my body, I might have to wrap up because I am hella sleepy. I need a McFrickin' nap. For real, for real. Been grandmaing the last few days, going to sleep at 9, and now it's 12 AM. My brain's like, what the fuck, dog? I just wanted to find a village before I finished up. That's all I wanted. Was a village. But instead, I'm getting cucked. And stabbed in the face with a trident. Yeah, we on the same schedule, Lime, for real. Hoping if I go a little bit above where I died. Yeah, I'm sort of filling out this area. So I'll hopefully be able to find a village. Maybe. What is sleep? Something that I desperately need, because otherwise my brain doesn't function. It doesn't function at the best of times, but it's even worse if I don't sleep.
Uh-oh, stinky. Uh-oh, stinky. Uh-oh, stinky. Uh-oh, stinky.
Damn, 77%. Yeah, you need to go shower with that percentage. You need to go get unstinky. Enjoy your shower, Gum. I can't guarantee I'll still be live when you get back. And if I'm not, I hope you have a wonderful day. Oh my, it was also one of those emotes I can't- Oh, really? Yeah! Yeah, no, it is. All y'all that don't have 7 TV and can't see. Thank you so much for the follow, Teak. Minecrafting is doing pretty well. This mod pack is called Gaycraft, and there is a whole quest system. It was made by the wonderful SableQ, which is one of my mods, and also a fellow streamer and VTuber, who does probably a lot more Minecraft content than what I do, honestly. But he put together this mod pack and did all the quests and stuff, so I'm endeavoring to complete all the quests. As one does when there's quests involved. If you do want to play the pack, if you're interested in playing the mod pack, if you do !Gaycraft, it will bring up the link for you to download.
I first tried the 4th hardest boss in the game.
Yo? Akazio built different. On Frog. Oh no, I have no food. Is that food? Can I eat those? They look like, crops. Can eat these? Hell yeah, I can. Take what I need. You vibing playing Fork Knife? Let's go. You getting any wins? Any battle royales?
I just am popping back in to ask. WTF is with your YouTube? It's very funny, but wow.
That's a good question, honestly. Look, I'm trying. I'm endeavoring to put a little bit more effort into my YouTube and doing videos. It's just a lot of work, but I'm glad you think it's funny, at the very least. What specifically were you watching that evoked that reaction? Also, welcome back. You're finally getting good? Hell yeah, you are. But still, built different. Imagine getting good. Couldn't be me. Okay, we're gonna put the backpack on yet again. And the helmet that is doing approximately fuck all. One with Sable going, dominant women. Yeah, is it a short? Is that one of the shorts? Yeah. I mean, that's just shit that happens in my stream. You know, it's little snippets of what happens while I'm live. Yeah, the swab. The swab. You got one, but sometimes you do really shit, other times you do well. You're working towards getting Godzilla. Oh, is there a Godzilla skin? I know they released a Hatsune Miku skin, but I didn't know about the Godzilla skin. Okay, in my defense, I had to come up with something that Sable wasn't gonna be like, yes please, mummy. And I thought that that was a good direction to take it in. Do you disagree? These nuts! Oh my god, it's so fucking... it's green. The sky is green. Doggies! I don't think I have any of the ancient bones on me. I don't. Cannot get dog. What I can get? Meat! You get that Godzilla skin, Scary. I believe in you. Just heard my mother is planning to commit the sin of making crepes with hot dogs. Crepes with hot dogs in them. Interesting. Interesting. Look, I've never tried it, so I'm not gonna diss it, but definitely something I've never heard of. I've been around too long to know that there isn't anything people aren't into. I know Sable is specifically not into that, though. Thank you, Sable. I think I have a command that plugs my YouTube. I think. Yeah, there we go. I don't know whether to keep doing those montages. I struggle a lot with long form, like making really long form videos. Because they just take so much fucking time. But then I know that a lot of people go onto YouTube to watch long form videos, and I'm like, but that's so much effort. It's so much. Crepes are sweet. Okay, yeah, that's... You probably shouldn't put meat inside sweet crepe. They made getting poppers harder. Oh, hello there, SCP. Welcome in. How you doing today? I hope you're doing good. This isn't vanilla. This is modded, and specifically with this modded world, you need ancient bones, which are a variant of regular bones to get dogs, and ancient salmon or cod. It's one of the fish to get cats. So it's just specifically for this mod pack. Went and dropped a like, thank you, Lime. I appreciate it. Yeah, if anyone wants to go and subscribe to my YouTube, I would really appreciate it. I'm going to try and be a little more, like, active on there, like, making more content. Most of it will be shorts, but I am going to try and start dipping my toes in, like, more story long-form content. Hence why I'm kind of making this
I
with
dug all
this
the
mod
way down
pack
to the
a
bottom of the
series.
world for the achievement, and then I realized I have no way of getting up and out because I mine through ice and I can't kilometers to reset, so hold forever.
Kilometers! Oh no. Hole forever. Well, yeah, what do you do in that situation? Yeah, editing long form, kills my brain a little bit, but I want to do it. I want to make long form videos, and yeah, I want to try and make, like, series videos, like with this, like, Gaycraft series videos, where it, like, follows my journey to 100%ing the quest line. But yeah, editing go brr, and I don't have money to pay someone to do it for me, so it's all me. It's all me. Dig staircase. Staircase is good idea. Staircase safe. Dig horizontally until you spawn a mob that can kill you, or that. I so badly want to just bury myself into a dirt house so that I don't have to deal with mobs spawning at night. Big yump. Oh. Biggest jump. I'm probably really lucky I didn't land on one of these leaf piles. I didn't even think about that. Tani, if you do want to learn editing, I would recommend, like, there's a number of YouTube videos, but start with something like CapCut, because that's free. And CapCut's what I use for a lot of my short form editing, because it's just, it has a lot of pre-made templates and stuff like that, so that I don't have to sit there and do it myself in something like Premiere Pro. Like, my fiance Henry, he uses Premiere Pro to edit his videos because he knows how to use it. He's taken the time to learn how to use it, but it is much more complex and involved. And just... But it's something I'm going to have to use for long-form videos, I think, because CapCut has a limit to how long the video can be that you can just dump into CapCut, which is one of the drawbacks. Oh no, I'm getting ping-ponged. If there's a fucking drowned in here again, I swear to God. I think it does have a limit. It's 5 gigabytes for free you get, but I think most of my space is taken up by, like, drafts and stuff, so I'm, like, at the limit constantly. Not to mention that the times that I have tried to put, like, even with the space, I have tried to put... No... Do you not use the browser version? Do you use the actual, desktop version? I tried using the desktop version, and I hated it. I got so overwhelmed because I had started using, like, I had started off by, oh, for fuck's sake. Drink this. That didn't give me health like I thought it was going to. I know I shouldn't have done that. I just don't want to fucking die again. I've had enough of dying. Yeah, I tried using the app and almost cried. Because I'd started using the browser and then I went to the app and I was like, oh, this is not in any way set out the same. So I didn't know where anything was. It's, the layout is different and I couldn't find anything. Subbed on YouTube, thank you, Dingus! CapCut is honestly a great competition. Yeah, no, CapCut is really good because it's free. And, like, obviously there's stuff that, you know, if you want to pay for, you can. But for the most part, you don't need to. Maybe I need to give the app more of a go because I just sort of, like, I tried to do a long form video in it and was like, what the fuck is happening? Because I just got used to, like, searching for the... I can't remember exactly. There was a specific element that I was trying to do that I couldn't... I was struggling to find the ones that I used previously. Whether it was an effect or something, I can't remember. So I was just like, nope, just gonna use the browser version. Yeah, it probably is just a really simple change, but my brain doesn't like change, hence why I just freaked out and just went, nah, I'm good. Has more entries on us 34 than the level up doll. Yeah? I just want to get back to my house so that I can wrap up. I wanted to find a village, but it's not happening tonight. It's simply not. Yeah. Yeah, I still think it probably is easier than learning Premiere Pro, which Henry's still, like, because he gets Premiere Pro for cheaper because he's a student, that uses it because he's doing a film unit as part of his, like, teaching degree. Or, like, film units, I should say. It's, like, a whole half of the degree. And he's like, you should use it because, like, we're getting it for cheaper than what it usually is. Like, a lot cheaper. And I was like, I want to, but I don't want to learn. Oh, you fuck! Okay. That's that.
Level
That
Up Doll
is
has
that for the night.
391 and Lady Maria has 251 entries. Vicar Amelia has 503 entries.
Damn. I at least got closer to home. I at least got closer to home. You know what? I can just go and get that right now. I can just go and get that right now. You have a question. Why is there a sound alert that has no cost for bits? It was a reward from Rathmus. I think it was Rathmus. In 2023. So, not the one just gone, but the year before that. Okay, I didn't walk into it. I don't know where the fuck it came from. I was like, oh, I need to eat something because I'm about to fucking die. And as I grabbed my carrot to eat it, it appeared and blew me up. Thank you so much for the follow, Gamer Alexandra. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. But yes, I guess in short, you could say that I walked into the creeper. The carrot creeper incident. The carrot creeper incident of 2025. January 2025. I just want my shit and to make it back to my house. I'm so shitted off that I've walked so far and not found a village. I'm a joke to this game. Is it- hello? Give me my shit! What is happening?
Stinky, 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 stinky.
Why did my phone just turn off? Hold on, what? Hello, iPhone? It just turned itself off. For no fucking reason. It is fully charged. It just turned itself off. Overheated? It is a bit warm. Possibly. That might be the case. Alright, it's okay. We're wrapping up anyway. It is pretty toasty in here, I will admit. Apple moment for real. You got stinkier! No! You went for a shower and then got stinkier! You got stimkied twice, for real. Rawr! Thank you for the rawr, Muse. I keep meaning to add more little bit sound things. Hey, I mentioned last stream how I was gonna change the follower alert sound, and I fucking did. So, there. Because usually I say I'm gonna do something, and then promptly forget about it. But I did it this time. So that people aren't getting da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da in their ear every time someone follows. I'm so good. I'm a professional streamer. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Well, we've gotten back to the house. Finally. Look at all that ground I covered! And not a single fucking village! There's that, which I think was the Illager outpost. And I got really excited when I saw that, because I was like, finally of it. Is that a fucking village? Wait, I remember seeing these buildings and then dying immediately afterwards. I was heading towards that and then I died. And then forgot about them. I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm tired. I've had enough. I'm over it. The lack of biome variety. Yeah, it's all just green. Green. I am gonna go sleep. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Alright. It's time to find someone to raid out to before I Mick leave. I do. I need an extra explorer to do the hard work for me. I'm just a girl. I'm, at the end of the day, I'm just a girl. What more could you expect from me? I'm just a girl. Henrico, do it. A doggo. Henrico, do it for real. I will enlist Henry to do the exploring for me. Major night. Ah, I'm glad it did, Lime. You deserve to have a good night and have a happy night. I also hope my sleep is nice and deep and healing. Heal my brain for real, for real. Alright, I think I'm gonna raid into Soul Rock Martin again. We raided into him one of the last days of Rathmas, and he was really awesome. So I want to raid into him again. He's currently playing Pokemon Emerald. Let's double check, make sure he's not finishing up. Wait, he's... Wait, is this the same... Wait, he's using a VTuber. Hold on. Was it... Didn't he use a... Oh my god! He was using a webcam last time, I think. So I was like, have I got the right person? Hell yeah. Alright. Someone gifted you a sub. Yay! Alright, let's get this raid all set it up and ready to go. Okie dokie. Here are the raid messages. My besties. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for hanging out with me while I start my Gaycraft journey again. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. If you're subbed, use the one with the animated emotes. If you are not subbed, you can use the other one and it is just as cute. I will see you guys again tomorrow night for, I don't know what I'm doing yet, but we'll see. I'll figure it out when I get to it. But until then, be safe, look after yourselves, and I will look forward to seeing you again. Thank you for the roar! Bye!